ずま走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright, folks, third time's a charm. Little bit of a rocky internet morning today. Maybe that's the curse that has stricken me. We're starting this on Friday the 13th, and then continuing on Monday the 16th. But what choice have we got? There is so much Paranormal side left to play. And, this time I probably shouldn't get so caught up in the AMA diving, but the AMA diving was so fun. It's a pretty basic gameplay feature, but it's one that managed to hook me so well. And so, the last time we played on the Friday the 13th, we did a whole lot of this. It was practically, what, over 2 hours of a 5-hour stream that was AMA diving alone. The game doesn't require you to do 2 hours of AMA diving, but I was just having fun with it. So, Yuza and his friend. AMA diving because 5 years prior, Yuza lost his parents, and the Kamishima Island has lost a few of their own divers in a maritime disaster of which Yuza was the only survivor. And now he's considered something of a bad luck charm on the island. His mother, the scapegoat in the eyes of the islanders, because she was a mysterious outsider that never fully integrated, married, had him, and then went out to sea with no reason to when the disaster happened. Sato and, what's her name again? Tsukasa? I'm surprised Tsukasa is not the focus character for this group here. Sato is, who is probably kidnapped or held hostage by Wakamaru. But we done some AMA diving, some story, to unlock reminiscence, to unlock reminiscence, to unlock reminiscence, to unlock reminiscence. To get us a little bit of forward between reminiscences. So, I think I do want to clear out the reminiscences before we continue. But first, let's do some AMA diving. Rank 25, high score 3,000. Are we only at 25? Should I take us as far as rank 30? All of our stats are maxed out, so we can go plenty far here. Thought I saw No, I was just saying something else. Oh, lobster. I'm not getting much on this side. Further out, you have a better chance of better catches like this, like abalone. I gotta up my mouse sensitivity. Where is the boat? Oh, there it is. Oh, I'm so far away, but look at that. Look at how much. Huh. You can surface pretty quick, so we don't even have to go that close to the boat to get back. Let's get to 30. So basically, the plot so far is 5 years after the disaster. Yuza here has decided to come home and take up diving again. And even though everybody else disapproves because of his connection to the disaster of 5 years ago, he longs to because he believes that his mother was a mermaid who saved him when he fell overboard. And it's quite possible, though now, we've also got lobster. Out of season lobster. Investigators from Paranormal Affairs who are giving us a couple of early hints as to the nature of the curses at play in this story. It seems the maritime disaster of 5 years ago was quite possibly a curse? Some kind of waves curse? And it seems to be repeating again today in a much stronger form. And is going to become some kind of major disaster within a few days if they don't bring a stop to it. And there's a couple of curses in play too. Within the past 24 hours, I'd say, there have been 2 mermaid corpses that are in actuality a curse that turns people into a fish. And another curse of a Heike warrior that cuts people cleanly in half. And so my thinking is perhaps somebody has access to 2 curses. That perhaps he is turning people into fish to make them resemble mermaids when they're in the halfway state. Because it takes a while for the curse to turn the person into a mermaid, or turn them into a fish. It kind of puts them in a halfway bit while they transition from human to fish form. So I'm thinking somebody turns them into a fish and uses the other curse to chop them in half, halfway, and then consume the fish flesh as a way of simulating mermaid meat for immortality. Because what are the things that the paranormal investigators are investigating isn't just the mermaids that have been washed up, but a cache of corpses, skeletons roughly 10 years apart, found in an underwater fissure under a rock, which is very suspicious to me right away. Tossing corpses overboard is one thing, but that's kind of good to scatter them. They're not going to be in the same fissure under a rock each and every time, like these corpses were. So I'm thinking either an actual mermaid for an Amadiver who can with some ease come down and easily access the same locations for body disposal. Playing it risky there, but I wanted one more abalone. With maxed out stats, we got plenty of time. Oh, so close to the 1.5 bonus. But diver rank 29. We're gonna get to 30, okay? We're gonna get to 30, and that's gonna be my reminisce and catch myself back up with the plot time. Experiment shell. Oh, I figured. Abalone tends to be further out and always on rocks. I thought that was lobster. What is that? Oh, that's a scallop from an odd angle. I like how this section just always here. Or if I ever want to redo Amadiving, which of course I do. That could be good enough. Gathering complete. We did get a 1.5. Only 3,000 points though, but 7 abalone is a lot. Oh, look at how close we're to 31. We're gonna get to 31, alright? And given how close it is, we might even get 32. There's a few other Amadivers that we can compete against. Now, I don't know if there's really any competition between them, like if there's an achievement for getting a higher dive rank over somebody. Kikuko is cute. She's athletic, she's got the stamina, she knows how to swim. But she came into Amadiving fairly late, so her rank is easy to overcome. Although, who was it again? Chie? Was she the, like, full matron of the Amadivers? And her diver rank, quit pulling me around, is a whole 6-7. And so she's a score that I want to beat. Return to boat. Now that should be plenty. That rate's been holding up a whole lot better now. It was at like 0 kilobytes per second way early on in the stream, just during the pre-stream, but hasn't dipped any lower since. Diver rank 32. So let's see. Of the divers we know about, Yuza started off with a dive rank of 1. His current diver rank is 32. That's cool, that updates. Azami has a diver rank, 4th class boat pilot license. Where's your diver rank, Azami? Kikuko. I like her. Kikuko's got a dive rank. Late start as an Amadiver. She's got the high athletic ability. Innate knack for analytical thinking that the companies on the mainland completely squandered. They basically turn her into a secretary when she's brilliant. Estimated diver rank is 41. We could beat that. We could beat that really easily. And a little bit beyond that is Chie, the veteran Amadiver, best in class, 40 years almost of Amadivery. Estimated diver rank is 67. We're gonna beat that before the end of the game. Okay, so, with Yumiko Shiki, with Paranormal Affairs, no psychic ability herself, but her psychic husband sends her out in his place to do paranormal investigations for some reason. She doesn't seem to quite like it. She would prefer to be back home, but she's apparently capable enough that she is one of the 5 members of Paranormal Affairs, officially. And they send her out with somebody who does have phenomenal psychic power. Over here, we investigated a mermaid corpse and learned about 3 curses in play. The curse of the raging waves, which caused a disaster 5 years ago and is bubbling up again. We don't, in fact, have files on the other 2 curses. The curse that turns people into fish, and the curse of the Heike warrior, which was alluded to with the unidentified skeletons. Found about 10 years of decay between each one, in an underwater fissure under a rock, so it can't just be somebody casually dumping corpses. Mermaid or Amadiver, I think. Cut so clean that considering how far back the corpses go, they don't think it's technological. They think it's gotta be a master swordsman. And a curse that fits the description is that of the Heike warrior. And then they get pulled away to a mermaid corpse that was found in the morning, and then taken away. That is a different corpse than this one that was washed up on the beach. Somebody saw it, reported it to the police, and it was there in the water. That they got to before too much of a crowd could form. This was taken away before they could access it. And so this is date unknown, August, a little bit after, and then the 7th. So that's going on in the morning about the same time as here. We have the 6th of August, where Yuza and I keep forgetting his name. Azami. Yuza and Azami are talking about how Yuza suspects his mother was a mermaid, and that's the only reason why he survived the disaster, because his mermaid mom saved him. Okay, this is crazy, but you know what? Alright, we'll go diving tomorrow, see if we can't find anything. It has to be tomorrow. A little bit earlier than that, Sato and Tsukasa are talking about being a summer vacation, and Tsukasa's got a curse, not on Yuza, not on Azami, but on, what's the Kamen Rider's name? Shotaro Wakamura. They talk to Yumiko for a little bit because Yumiko's looking for the Master Wakamura. But their participation so far is light, but they appear to show up over here. And of course, it's going to be a disaster in a day or so. When we were doing the underwater gathering for the first time, I was so into it that we forgot to look at the hole. And so we got an ending where nothing supernatural happened. They coasted on, they're just really pissed that Yuza keeps being treated like a pariah. They're gonna go talk to the elders, and then boom, everybody's dead. Credits. So let's go see what this mermaid corpse is about. A mermaid corpse been discovered on the beach near Ijika town. While Yumiko and her partner were investigating its whereabouts, they read it to an important local figure. That's not Waka. You're somebody new. Date unknown afternoon. Yamashina Estate. This is in Issei City. They're not even in Kamishima yet. He doesn't have the eyes to see that she's in classic psychic detective outfit. Primarily a housewife by trade, and she's a cutie too. You see how she's covering her hickeys? She's got some hickeys under there that when she's thinking or being a bit smug, she turns her head like this and you can see all the hickeys right there. Unkaku dono. Unkaku dono? Is the dono part of the name or is the dono an honorific? Because the dono could be an honorific. If it's not an honorific and people want to refer to him really politely, is he Unkaku dono dono? I like his glare. Unka dono. Unkaku dono. Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Okay, so Unkaku dono's his title then. His name is Yoshiatsu Yamashina, so the dono is dono then. Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Occupation, tycoon, 70 years of age. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in Su and Issei areas. Born in the Taisho period. Unmarried. Can we get some Taisho trivia? We're not gonna get some Taisho trivia in this series? His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded to a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children, and yet squandered on merely rich children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets at his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned. He used the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkaku dono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. So this is going to be really premature of me, but now I'm suspecting that Yamashina is the one. He's the curse bearer. He's the one turning people into impartial mermaids. And then using an ancient Heiki samurai to cut them in half and make partial mermaid sashimi for him. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen to bankruptcy or have been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. What did I say? What did I just say? My suspicions, my premature suspicions. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Under the table research into immortality. His immortality seeking has to do with the cops. With the paranormal cops. I bet you there's birds here. Discovering a mermaid. We get bird number 2. So it's probably going to be inside then. Behind Sodo in Ijika town. Okay. In Ijika town and when discovering the mermaid. Oh! Which one's this? This is behind... Wait. That was Kiting Killer. Did I not see another orange? Did I miss that orange? Because I thought there were 2 and that's the 3rd one. Kiting Killer. Yeah, he looks so much... Well, now he looks taller than me. Yeah, he does look taller than me. I'm only chest height at the eyes. Let's think. Corpse of the mermaid found early this morning. Looking into the corpse, not at the corpse. It was taken into custody of Mr. Yamashina here. Okay, so that's why it falls in the police purview, because he's got a body. A body was found. And that could have murder implications, that could have criminal investigation implications. And he just might not have the right to claim bodies for himself. He's quite the curmudgeon. Watch our steps at dealing with him. Do you suppose there might actually be a way to fail here? Detective Ide, always a bro. Ability vision. So the birds in highlights. I wonder what the ability vision actually does. If it shows just interactable spots like this, or if it's primarily for curse and supernatural stuff. The series oozes in style. Pitting the blame on his subordinate and slipping away. Okay, Mr. Intense Capaldi Eyes, let's talk. He's surprised we know? His eyes went tiny, his glare vanished, his glare melted. It didn't even melt, his glare sublimated. See, hickeys. Slay, Yumiko, slay. Now, of course, Japanese. She wouldn't have said Mr. Unkaku Dono. Maybe she did say Unkaku Dono Dono. Oops, not surroundings. Crested Hakama every day. Now, it might not be too uncomfortable depending on how breezy it is. When I was doing a bit of training in the deserts of Texas in the summer, so hot that when we woke up in the morning before the sun comes up, in the dark of the morning for our early exercises, I was sweating through my clothes just standing around waiting information. But even back then, I had this big black hoodie jacket thing that I like to wear. It was primarily a winter jacket, but I liked wearing it as just my casual go-through clothes. In fact, even back when I was dating British, I wore it for a little bit longer as like my travel clothes because it's very warm, it's very cozy. And so when you're on the airplane or traveling around, it's comfy in the cold of the atmosphere. Though I had to retire it when it got too many holes in it from overuse. And I wore that in the summer of Texas. Even when we had like red flag days, black flag days for minimal outdoor activity if you could help it. No outdoor activity, just go wherever you're going but stay indoors. It kept the sun off. It was a little bit warm, but it's a big long sleeve thing so it keeps the sun off of my skin. You wouldn't think it would work that way, but it do. Information Immortality Zeroni card. This is gonna work, right? Oh, here's what he's got the check mark on talk. Let's give him the bait. So we just go up and down the list. We'll talk about mermaids first. We dangled the promise of immortality. We gave him the carrot. Now we're giving a form of stick. What he has is no good. Bluff? Oh, it's no good? Your take on today's youth. Useless, a lot of them. Here's our resident member of the new generation. Again, screenshots. That's a screenshot that I'm gonna post around. Okay. I don't know if trying to open a Discord channel actually killed the stream, but the internet on my desktop did die for a second. It could have been. Sometimes the way the Wi-Fi works here is I have enough internet for one activity but not the other, and by one activity and not the other, I mean like one web page is okay. And then a second isn't. So it really is just that fragile here. The high risk in taking a screenshot and then wanting to post it somewhere. I love these faces. And you see, this is why I've got the bitrate and drop frames here to keep an eye on. A game like this I can keep in windowed mode on a slightly smaller resolution and not miss out on too much. It's all CGs and character portraits. It goes from this to this. Is it a big deal? But something like Fields of Mystria, where if I put it into windowed mode and shrink it down, I could be losing some on-map information or some details for something I might want to find, like a bug or something small like that. But can he feasibly remain at the reins? At 80 years old, 90 years old, okay. 100 years old, not impossible. Great-grandma was Chiefess of Angar into her hundreds of years. But beyond that, people are gonna start noticing. If he's, say, 140, 160, living for hundreds of years like this. Is it Wakamura? Right under his nose the whole time. A sharp one. Fine job. What if it's... what was his name? Satotaro? Something Taro? Shotaro. What if it's Shotaro? What if Shotaro is actually wicked? Just a simple housewife. The pout. I'm spamming a certain Discord with so many screenshots of this guy's faces alone. Phony psychics? Mr. Immortality Seeker is poo-pooing psychics. I think he's quite familiar with phony psychics trying to cussy up. That would probably explain the corpses from before. Maybe he was sold on the idea before and tried the mermaid meat over the decades. Occult craze. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness. Sightings of mythical creatures like Tsuchinoko or Hibagon. The urban legend of Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san. Television reports of spoon-bending psychics. Hey! We're gonna get sued if we mention spoon-bending psychics. Documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs have become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive with no end to the craze in sight. Wakamura on Kamoshima's one. Wakamura's a waste of potential. And so, this is probably on or before the 7th then, because it's on the 6th that they go to Kamishima to find Wakamura. Came out of the thrall of a phony sorcerer in Tokyo. A phony sorcerer whispering in his ear. You know, it's for the feng shui. Change your name from Twitter to X. Curse causing a big storm. Maybe Yamashina isn't the big bad then, because these two have confirmed that the Raging Waves curse is causing a buildup of a storm at Kamishima that's going to be worse than 5 years ago. And that's what these two are here for, apparently. To find a way to stop the curse, but they don't know how. Well, that's a different thing entirely. Yeah. It's a screenshot. A little bit meta there, I'm sure. Some big shot who appeared on television. It'd be a decent poster. You got this person following you, everything else is invalid. So that should give us a check mark? Yeah. Bitrate has been dropping to 0 periodically. Never for too long, but long enough to be a bother. Go get a specialist research institute, problem solve. Yeah, sure, we could always take the wealthy and corrupt at their word. That's not good enough. Check mark, check mark. We're probably done with mermaids. It's not going to be until the portrait sketch, which I haven't touched on yet. Yeah, see, that's it. Oh, that's not it! There's more in there, but it's hidden behind something else, so maybe a portrait sketch will lead to it. Instant denial. Maybe we talk to Sato first. Or no, we just keep on pressing. Or maybe I had to ask everything first. And then this final branch opens up. Not really a branch, but the continuation. They do, but what you got isn't a mermaid. 800-year immortals. That's a lot of time for video games. I might feel upset as I get closer to 800, but that's just a regular human experience times 10. Bitrate doesn't want to stay stable for too long. We're just one dropped frame away from a solid 1000. Won't age a day, and if they die, they resurrect immediately. This actually sounds like a pretty damn good deal. A guaranteed 800 years of life, no further aging, and resurrection if you die prematurely. So what's the downside? No longer human, they're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. Okay, but what's the downside? Our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. So it's persecution. They could be doing no harm. It's only an extra 800 years. If they're not doing any harm, then why not leave them be? If they are doing harm, we have the concept of consecutive life sentences. There are people who are serving hundreds of years of a life sentence. A curse mermaids placed upon humans. It's not exactly robbing of the ability to die though, Yumiko. Like you said, it's 800 years and they're out. Oh yeah, Yumiko, because your people keep hunting them down. But imagine 800 years of video games. But you get to see the continuous growth of humans. You lose 8 centuries of friends, but it's like grandchildren and great-grandchildren, great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. You get to see people continuing to thrive and be happy. You get to see that life goes on. You could become the doting patriarch or whatever. A life of monastic seclusion. That's also a possibility. I was gonna say, to become a monk, hermit away, cloister. 800 years of loneliness is just more years on the job. Conditions that must be met for the curse to be effective. Are we gonna get into some Friday the 13th, the serious stuff here? I finally finished watching the first season last night. When Friday the 13th came around last month, I started watching the Puppet Master movies because one of my toddler memories is on Sci-Fi Channel. My brother, who was only like 4 years older than me, so he must have been like 6, 7 years old at the time, was kind of obsessed with watching Puppet Master and Friday the 13th, the series on Sci-Fi. And so last month I figured, hey, it's Friday the 13th. Why don't I watch these little horror vignettes that my brother enjoyed back when I was a tiny toddler? And by the weekend of the second Friday the 13th in a row, I finished the first season of Friday the 13th, the series. And I figured that's enough for me. It's okay. It's like 80s TV. There's some paradigms of television that I do kind of miss from that era, but it's, it's not exactly Marlowe. It's no Angry Beavers. And in that series, the benefits that the cursed objects give always have some kind of... The condition on those is normally things like, sure, you get this benefit or that benefit, but then you have to kill. You gotta kill to steal somebody's youth into yourself. You gotta kill to, I don't know, be a better musician for your baby to live, or whatever. Or if you don't like someone and this is just a thing that makes it kill easier. Must you kill regularly to maintain the 800 years of immortality? Not a word of the specifics. They were useless. We're not giving him enough to get into his good graces and get exposure to his mermaid. 800-year immortal. The person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. So you don't even have to kill and cook the entire mermaid. You give a mermaid a blowjob. You ingest their fluids. Congratulations. You've consumed a part of the body of a mermaid. Once consumed, I got something on my mind apparently. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost. Oh. And a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Okay, so you probably don't want to become an 800-year immortal compile. The soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. So, let me think. If we're in a universe where you actually can consume a part of a mermaid and become an immortal, in the sense where the flesh of the mermaid you consume becomes the building blocks for a reconstructed vessel that your soul and consciousness that inhabits. Is that so much a bad thing? Like, sure, there's a bit of, what is it, like human uniqueness, human specialness, that people have a very hard time shaking off, like, oh no, we're not just animals, we're an elevated, sapient, special, divine thing. But if it's your own soul, your own consciousness for 800 years in this body, is there anything else to really make it all that bad? Because basically, this sounds like you're simply exchanging your mortal body for your nigh millennial body. We're already in a world where people basically have more positive, on average, appreciation for like cyber uploading the consciousness into the computer, the consciousness into the android body from the moment I understood the limitations of my flesh. So basically we're all for replacing the meat flesh with the android flesh. With that in mind, this doesn't sound too much of a bad deal or too dissimilar, exchanging the 80-year flesh with the 800-year flesh. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will be instantly restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. And since we know that the body in this case is reconstructed mermaid flesh, that makes sense. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with removed parts subsequently vanishing. So we don't have the starfish problem. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally, as these people feel physical sensation and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body. It is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. Does that suggest a possibility that somebody might not know that they're an immortal, that they might forget? The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years at the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. And you could plan for that. You could throw a party. The mummy is a different being from the mermaids who willed this curse. Corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Curse wielded by mermaids. Okay. So we do have the possibility of actual mermaids in the locality. Maybe the mermaids have the cursed stone for the raging waves. But he's already contacted a research institute, sent a sample to them. I'm sure this guy controls enough of the police and the courts that he could probably get away with it. About mermaids. The eternal world. Inside the hole we swam out of at the very start of the game. Inside the hole where we began the tutorial, right? Or we the mermaid. Ryugu, domain of the sea god. What did I say? She was returning to her undersea kingdom, Mom was. Entrance to Ryugu, somewhere in the Issei Sea. Huh? And the realm of... You know what? I think this is all confirmed now. When we began the tutorial, began the game, it would look like an undersea tunnel. Then we finished the tutorial by going through the undersea tunnel, and the game begins with the underwater view of the boat up here, and the camera going like this. That was us in Ryugu, going through the door to this world. That's what that was. And when Yuza was ama diving, and he found the hole, and the thing went out going, "Argh," that was us going from Ryugu to here. Mermaids found on long-lost island called Taishima. Do we get Taishima? It sounds familiar. I feel like it came up at some point. Taishima, was it under Heiki? Tomokazuki. Nothing about Taishima here. Taira. We've done it. We've finally surpassed 1,000 drop frames. Oh, there we go. Taishima. An island said to have been previously located to the south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taishima or Lost Island. No official records remain, and remains shrouded in mystery, with the knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Izeshima area. Legend says the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. We finally have his respect, do we? He's spry for 70, so if he became immortal now, then I don't think he'd be completely unhappy. Issei City. Look at this, we got a map of the area. There's Kamishima over there. Okay. It was behind Sado in Issei City, right? Where the next Mockingbird is. Ide. There's a poster. Is that the mascot, little turtle mascot? Poster advertising Kamishima. Behind Sado. Come on, Sado, I need you to move. Or Soto. I need you to move. You're in the way. You're in the way, Soto. I know it's behind you, let me at it. Poster doesn't have a check mark. Now it does. So vision ability doesn't highlight the poster, so it's not just for interactable spots. They're en route to Kamishima. This is it's a very dramatic kind of shifting around we're doing here, but every time they do, I'm trying to look behind Soto's shoulders. She is straight up a spider, this lady. I like her. Do some talk, check behind him. Out of the way, man. I want to get that bird. Someone who recognized the victim. Housewife in her 20s, lived in Kumano 7 years ago. A 19-year-old she knew left the village to go to the city. So not an outsider, but somebody who was alone and likely won't be missed. Kippei Ikoma. Maybe that's because he's dead. 6 years ago he vanished, failed to pay his rent or return to his apartment for several months straight. Yeah, I wonder why. Toba seabed skeletons. Testimonies indicate the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikuma went missing 6 years ago. No known relatives. Come on, man. Move. Now, behind might not mean directly behind. Behind could mean that it's a little bit off to the side. But I don't see anything around him either, so I think it is directly behind. Discovering a mermaid. Behind Soto in Ijika town, where we are now. It's directly behind him, isn't it? Well done, Soto. That's his Shagan ability. Do a talk, turn around. Do a talk, turn around. Come on, Soto. Who's gonna turn up cursed? Hasn't registered as a resident. That's the thing you gotta do? Hold on. I am gonna do a little quick something. I need a rhyme for room or rune. Rune's good. Okay, now that I'm done being playful with Grawl, back to my own stream. Nothing came up for Somikawa in civil registry either, so fake name? Or she's living incognito here, possibly homeless or itinerant. Not unheard of for folks from the countryside, come here for work and drift on. I click on the police box and the stream disconnects for a mere half-second. There's no air conditioner and no Wi-Fi in there either. What else is around that isn't just surroundings? Most everything is just surroundings. The Kamishima Southern Sea disaster. Is he suspecting she might be Mare? I'm a diver, housewife from Kamishima by Mare Minakuchi, my name. Maiden name was Somekawa. I don't think it's Mare, but maybe it is a relative. I love these close-ups. Maru Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago, moved to Ishika, go by her old name. And if she's gonna disappear, and if the intent was to disappear, why stay so close? This is only across the bay. Well, we also have Mari's picture on standby here. I think we can conclusively say that Mare looks like Mare. Aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt. There's a resemblance, but I don't know. Yuza said that he needed to meet the mermaid tomorrow. Needed to. That was his time limit. And by tomorrow, he means August the 7th when we do our ama diving. What if Mom was an 800-year immortal, and the 7th of August is her 800th year to the day, and Yuza somehow figured that out? Maybe on the 800th day they turn full fish? Since they are made of reconstructed mermaid flesh? Move out of the way, Soto! Come on! She's a curse bearer for the curse of the raging waves. Miss Somekawa to YouTube, we're gonna find her next as a desiccated mummy. So he's done. Soto's done. He's got the check mark on him, but he's not just gonna say we should listen to what he has to say because it's all of it. Or at the very least, we got all check marks here. Huh. Maybe this is something to think about. Wait. What does she remember? Sole survivor Taishima. Sole survivor of Taishima was also a Somekawa. Wooden box. Soda was saying that his ancestral heirloom would help out here, but he can't find it. There's supposed to be a map inside of a mermaid, but the mermaid's gone missing. So this is probably the 5th then. If they do end up on Kamishima on the 6th to look for Wakamura. Yeah, man, didn't you see the hickeys? He made sure to leave some remembrances on her before she left for work. I want to stay in Issei City. We're not done in Issei City. There's a mockingbird. There's a mockingbird behind Sodo in Ijika town. Let me back in. This is also considered Ijika town. What, does he not like the noise of cicadas? We're a step too late? Someone took Somakawa out to sea. A foreign man. A foreign man came to port, huh? What if the foreign man is a Greek mermaid? What is it? Overwhelmed. It's the curse, isn't it? The Forsaken Fish curse has been used. Hello? We got some new character. I'm going to assume by her blonde ringlets, she's probably associated with the foreigner. What is this? We got a little screen wipe thing. Is this gonna be psychic combat? Curse of binding to restrainer. Yumiko gets her to lower her guard. She wavers. Signal to Sodo. Use Sodo Kiryu's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let the guard down. Press the use curse button to signal to him to use it. I've only got 3 chances to use the curse. Wavered. No good. Oh, that was wary, not wavered. There is a relic that probably is the ancestor. So, we know that the ancestral heirloom could apparently be found with the mermaid mummy's corpse, right? We assume the map was inside of a mermaid mummy corpse that got sold overseas, but it could be any mermaid mummy could find it. Maybe. I'm gonna put a save here, because what if there is an alternative if we give up? Give up! Okay, so give up isn't actually giving up. She doesn't know the cops. Am I waiting for the reaction? At a rebellious age. That's a different one. Could she be with paranormal affairs? Retin actually has a check mark. Will you give up now? If that's what you think, could you give up? We've reached an amicable point by coming here, though. I don't think it's necessary to bind her after all. I think we could just talk. Right? Nope. No, we can't give up. I do have to actually use curse on her. Heh. She's too powerful, this child. Soto's left. Soto's left. Let me look around. Devious adults achievement, so the Kiryu Yumikoshiki win a cursed battle. Circe Lunar Light. If that isn't a young adult protagonist name, young adult novel protagonist. An exorcist from England. She's on exchange. So if she's on exchange, maybe one of our teenage psychics from the previous game is now in England for her own studies. Paranormal Affairs isn't sure. They've been looking for her. So, she's got her own agenda. The Lunar Lights have their own agenda. They sent her here on exchange to pursue their own things. And now she's gonna think that, hey, Paranormal Affairs has to go back to Tokyo right now. Just another adult trick. No. 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 I want to get my stickers. So we finished the investigation. But there's a couple more mockingbirds we could have gotten. Also, we have relations now. And there's actually full details when I click on them. Fastlane Frigate is apparently best buds with Kiting Killer. Die-hard sea racer, most often found speeding across the surface of the ocean. This thrill seeker was originally drawn to the danger of always being a wing beat away from a watery grave. After falling for Maverick Mandy at first sight, we haven't met her yet, but she's gonna be over here. He joined the Bamboo Breakers dance team in a complete 180 from his usual ways. In recent days, he's often seen fumbling his way through unfamiliar dance moves and puffing up his bright red throat sack in an attempt to catch her eye. The strategist of the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew, Kiting Killer, can often be seen circling the skies over their territory, ever on the lookout for intruders. Those unfortunate enough to be spotted by him will find themselves greeted by a signature dive bomb attack and grappling claws. He and Fastlane Frigate of the Bamboo Breakers dance team go way back, having fostered a mutual respect for each other's prowess during their sea racing days. The rest, I think I'll look at as they develop more relationships. So it's still in orange. Still in orange, so maybe it's not showing things in that chapter. But after I open a chapter, it then says, hey, you missed this. Behind Sodu, Ijika Town. Discovering a mermaid. Which would have been here. I don't see any stickers around here. And of course it won't be in the sky. It was on the ground in front of me. It was hiding in the shadow. Mockingbird number 2. The Turninator. Okay. And now... Ijika City is probably down with unidentified skeletons. Behind him. Oh. How did I miss? I've been very sloppy jalopy then, unless he didn't show up the first time and I had to come back for him. Maverick Manny. Okay. So that's all the orange one that's popped up then. Cool. I'm happy now. And now that we've finally cleared out all the reminiscences, we could finally return to the present day. Oh. So wait, this guy is only related to here, who's got hatred with this cute little tit, and whoever's down here, but is otherwise unaffiliated with anybody else, same as this guy is. And this Maverick is only in love with whoever's down here, but otherwise is also just minding his own biz. I love this song. This song is my new joy. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Alright, so back to the present day, back to Yuza. He's returned to Kamishima, he's talked to his friend Azami. Azami, I got his name right? About maybe his mom being a mermaid. He's gotta find her within the next couple of days. Tomorrow's the absolute latest, actually. They go diving. He potentially meets a Tomokazuki. Then they go home. Cursed or Memories of the Last Summer. We got branching, and Cursed seems to go here. These are both new. I feel like this is a route that we can't go through because oh shit, all these people die, then credits. Let's do Memories of Last Summer first. Because over with Sato and Tsukasa, Tsukasa wants to have a final party with these guys and also to confess her feelings to Shotaro, who's Wakamura's son. So maybe let's get the whole group together. The promised day arrives. After the usual morning dive, the group of 4 meet at the docks. She also dives? 2 whole scallops, not bad. All-girl high school on the mainland, back in Kamishima for summer break. Goes back to them on weekends, trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current dive season began. Right, her dive rank is only 6, because she's just dabbling. And she's more of a academic than a diver anyway. No bragging rights for 2 scallops. $127 scallops on his first time. We have a feast prepared already. Except we would've, but Azami went and sold it at market. A swim in the sea, fun enough. Beach barbecue, anybody could use fireworks. I miss home. Like, I knew they weren't really talking shark. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the water. Good Azami. Shark fin is too unsustainable. They just take the fin, toss the shark. Sato likes the shark. This is the photograph. Memories of happier times where everything goes to shit. This is memories of the last summer after all. Okay, there's nothing to interact with. I was hanging for a second to appreciate the photo. I thought maybe there's something to click. Hey, chillin' chum, how's it going? Oh, they got their own grilled squid. I want squid. I want beach barbecue again. I want to set off fireworks on my own and not just go to the park behind the library to get a good spot. She could have led with that. She said she caught 2 scallops, woohoo. She said nothing about her turban shells. Minecraft chillin' chum, you dug out a staircase of 1 meter cube steps down 7/16 of a chunk. Well done. How big is a meter in Minecraft? I've done a few little bit of Minecraft in my time. Digging out the whole chunk, which is a goal. Well, good luck with that. Reminds me of my first exposure to Minecraft, which was way back in the day when a buddy of mine was playing. And I'm sure he had other fun stuff going on, but when I was watching him play, it was just digging a tunnel underground, just putting a straight horizontal line to some beach, he said. I was like, huh. That's my impression of Minecraft now. It's just some guy digging a tunnel in the dirt for a few miles. 1 block is 1 meter cube, okay. I'm bad enough with numerical distance estimation with my eyeballs IRL. If you say, look out 1 mile at sea, I look out. I don't know how far 1 mile is just by looking. And in video games, nobody makes video games with the exact same ruler, and so 1 meter could mean anything. Which is why in Phasmophobia, I really like that these days they put a visible radius around stuff. Because what it's like, well, you know, the book could be interacted with by ghosts in this radius. The crucifix could prevent a hunt in this radius. Great, 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter. That means absolutely nothing in a video game to me. You put a dotted line in a big circle, okay, that I can understand. Doing this part of your randomizer? Someone made a game? You could play an archipelago just digging out a chunk in Minecraft. Oh. Tyler would be so happy. I mean, we count this as part of the lineage of digging a hole. Digging a hole comes out, and then I go in the Steam Discovery queue, and there's so many digging a hole clones. And now making a game where you just dig a hole in Minecraft. Fireworks style squid. Should I pay taxes this year, or should I just withdraw everything and then fly out to Palau? I would say back to Saipan, but that's currently still under US yoke too. They've even got sea urchin on the Barbie. Oh, I'm so jealous. I want. That was a pretty short one. That's kinda melancholic. If they're giving us that memory of last summer, which is simply a couple of photographs of the kids having fun, swimming, goofing off in the water, barbecuing their catch, doing fireworks and sparklers, you know it's going to get bad pretty soon. It's almost 2 hours of stream, so before I do a BRB, let's do a little bit of underwater gathering, then I'll take a BRB, and then we'll continue with the next available chapter. How's the panorama game going? Oh, chillin' chum. It's going pretty good. We're learning a fair bit about the environs and the possible curses and elements that might be going into this. This is still crazy early into the game, but it's given us plenty to think about. And we're already at Amma Diver rank 32. A few characters are Amma Divers, and so they have a diver rank. Yuza here started off at diver rank 1, and now we got him to diver rank 32. Tsukasa was easy to beat. She's got a diver rank of 6 because she goes to school across the bay. She comes back in the weekend, she comes back for the summer, but she's not very experienced with Amma diving. Kikuko, I adore. She tried to work when she left home, but because she's a woman in the 80s, everyone basically treated her like some kind of secretary when she's very analytical, very skilled, and so they were squandering her skills, and she came back home and found that Amma diving is actually thrilling and uses her skills well. She has a diver rank of 41. And Chie, the veteran diver, has a diver rank of 67. There's a whole spooky curses and ghost mystery that I'm supposed to be solving, and I'm pretty sure that I myself am a ghost, possibly a mermaid from the realm of the dead from Ryugo, who crawled up from the hole in the bottom of the bay to watch the story unfold from people's eyeballs to get information to solve some kind of meta plot. But I gotta beat Chie's rank of 67. So let me quickly do a few rounds of underwater diving. I've already got all my skills maxed out. This is purely self-indulgent. Abalone. And I guess I'll get some Turban Shell. They're not too difficult to get now. This is a very basic diving game, but you know what? It appeals to me well enough for me to... Oh, there's fish too! There's fish floating around. To devote so much time to it. How much you want to bet that there are sequences later in the game that have success or failure or variation dependent upon your diver rank? Quit moving around, I'm trying to get this. I have a lot of allowance for air, but probably not that much allowance. Let's go back. Am I gonna get the redrown? White, white, white! White's good! I made it just in time. I got 10 though, we got the bonus. Diver rank 33. 42 is the next one to beat, right? We're not gonna go all the way to 42 right now. I'm just doing a couple of rounds before BRB. What's that? More turban shell, scallops. Is this my abalone? And lobster. Out of season lobster, nobody tell anybody. Yeah, since I'm here anyway, I'll just get the multiplier. If I get 10 or over. Abalone. I'm pretty far off, so... Multiplier collection off the easy guys. I could have maybe gotten one more, but there's no point dying. I got my 13. One more round. One more round to get me to 35. Beeline straight for the lobster. That's a rock. What's down here? That's turban. And there's another lobster. The aunties are going to be so upset when, what is it, October comes around and there's no lobster for anybody because I've already caught them all out of season. I got a bit of allowance left. But there's nothing juicy close by. I'll just take one more sea urchin. That wasn't letting me return to boat. I kept clicking what I thought was return to boat. But I didn't die. That's the important thing. Diver rank 35 now. Diver rank 36! Okay, now I'll stop diving. Now we'll go back to the story chart. I like that this is basically just minigame to have fun with. But now I'm gonna BRB. And on the BRB we're gonna put it on the best song of the game, the Mockingbird relationship chart with the Mockingbird rock. Kazoos and recorders. It turns out I got a soft spot for kazoos and recorders. So, let me BRB for a little. Then when I come back, we'll do some actual story. Alright, got my tea. Got to watch Onyx trying to catch a mosquito from the other side of the glass. Poor guy. But he's used to trying to catch my cursor, so he's not too upset. It's video games for him, practically. Let's get back into game. Curse! Summary of previous events. The residents of Kamishima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Amadiver. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Mari Minakuchi, is a reason for this, and that it is also the key to finding the mermaid, so begins a full-scale search. We got yeah. The last time we saw this scene is when we didn't investigate the hole, because I was too busy Amma diving and completely forgot about it. And so we went to question the elders of the town, and then got credits and little snippets of scenes where everyone we spoke to was already dead. Chie, Kukiko, Old Man Wakamura, and Tsuyu have to say about all this. Gran should be willing to talk. Oh, look at this, we got everybody. We're at the jetty. Troll Street, Town Clock, the Wakamura residence, to talk to Mr. Wakamura himself, Tori, Minakuchi residence, to talk to Tsuyu, our grandma. Does grandma have a diver rank? She might, but we haven't met her yet, so we don't know what her rank is. She was also a lifelong Amadiver, so her rank is probably better than 36. Since Kikuko, who is very athletic and capable, but is a late start diver, is only 41. And the active veteran diver is at 6'7". So I'm going to assume my retired grandma is probably going to be in the 50s. Let's go talk to her first. Oh, and Azumi. Grandma seems like the tired type. Very day of the grand debut where he brought in 5 years worth of rent for Grandma. Chie and the others are jerks. They think I'm gonna bring misfortunes. They say the sea's rumbling. They're right about that. And it's gonna be my fault. They're wrong about that. Grandmother Tsuyu Minakuchi. 63 years of age, so she is older than Tsuyu, who hasn't retired yet. So maybe Tsuyu's actually got a higher dive rank. Yuza Minakuchi's paternal grandmother, and a former Amadiver, born in the Taisho period. She has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency to not concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health reasons, she was one of the best Amadivers on Kamishima, so she might have a rank of 100, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son, Tosuke Minakuchi, was 3 years old. No diver rank! Oh, there's gotta be more to Grandma. We're gonna be polite. How are you doing, Grandma? Aw, Sato takes care of Grandma with us while when she's not glued to the TV. Maybe Yuza and Sato end up paired together? Like I said, it's surprising that Sato is the focus character for their pair in Natsukasa. Gran is fond of her, and Tsukasa already has her heart set on Shotaro. So maybe Grandma's gonna give her approval for the tall girl. Today is the 7th, right? They're gonna have their party later. So they could be doing preparation before then. You sure, Grandma? There's a ... first. I think you're being cagey. No reason I can think of is what she says when she wants to give a political answer. Pretend she... Yeah, they're not dumb. They know she's just pretending. Mare wasn't human. What? Ah! Nah, Grandma, we know somebody's a mermaid around here. If not Mom, then somebody else. So that's where he gets his humor from Suyu. Let's look around a bit first. Oh, it's not looking around a bit, it's just leaving. Can I look around at the jetty? Because he basically went from jetty to wherever else. And there's no time limit, it's just what do we do in what order. Okay, so I can't look around. Then let's talk shop with Grandma. Let's talk about our first ama diving. We stepped into the water rank 1. And we stepped out rank 35. Kamashima's patron saint of diving, prohibited from diving forevermore. This has to be dependent on her current diver rank, and we got it beyond maxing out all the skills. If it was to put it to numbers, it'd be rank 36. Yeah. So what if he spoke to her at rank 100 or so? I'm kinda tempted. Maybe on the off stream. When off stream I should just dive for an hour and get dozens and dozens of ranks in. Nothing more to teach to make a fine ama diver. Aw, would she have given us guidance if we weren't already rank 36? If we were sub 21 even. That's okay. Sato seems to be on the taller side, so at the very least, even if he won't be in the world of the talls, his children might. Higher score in a single dive. Focus on gathering everything you can. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. Perfect harvest! Okay, no, that's just the insta grab chance. Stars for variation. Aim for a large haul. Gathering 10 or more sea creatures at once will earn you a large haul bonus. Total of 10 or more gives a 1.5 to the original score. 15 or more nets you 1.8 your original score. Even if you can't find any promising catches, focus on quantity over quality can still earn you a high score. More tips, Granny? Bountiful zones. Lots of starfish is a sign that is picked clean. No sea creatures, barren zones. Occasionally encounter underwater areas teeming with sea creatures as bountiful zones. Other hand, barren zones, abundance of starfish been stripped bare. Sea creatures few and far between. Might find some promising catches hiding in barren zones if I search closely enough, maybe. But of course you could just follow the exclamation marks. Yeah, don't depend on others, depend on me. She's domestic, Yuza. She's a perfect catch for you after all. The environment she grew up in was quite different. Was it the oceans of the world of the dead? So, what if I go to Cho Street, Town Clock, Tori? There's no faces on them, so there probably won't be people. And if there's no people, the just gonna kick me back out to the map. Commotion? He's asking for me, though. Everyone loves Azumi. Give us the worrying news first. Two Amadivers gone missing around Ijika town on the mainland. So what's the normal news then? A bunch of tourists with some hot babes. 2 foreigners among them. In Kamishima. We've got a bunch of tourists, so it's not over in Toba, it's not in Ijika, it's here in Kamishima. Further evidence Mom really is a mermaid? So it seems we don't get to explore and look around this time for this one. So we probably aren't going to find mockingbirds. Shotaro! Files, gameplay, mockingbirds. Yeah, there's nothing we haven't seen. Sato. Why does he want Sato? It's Tsukasa that likes him. But then again, he is a Wakamura-san, so they do share a roof. Wakamura acting off. He's got ridiculous requests earlier. He'd say something like that. Raging Waves Curse Bearer. On the island, they know the Raging Waves by name. They know about Curse Bearers. We got information that we could use a grandma. Asked Mr. Wakamura. So this was a key for Mr. Wakamura that we probably needed. Otherwise he'd lock us out of further conversation if we saw him first. And the Tori, where Shotaro met the girls yesterday. And look at them both there. We could probably ask about what's going on in Homosato. Tsukasa. Oh, Tsukasa. You know what happened? Yesterday, before they went to fetch the boys, they were talking about Tsukasa having a crush on Shotaro, and they agreed that they would write a love letter for Tsukasa to give to Shotaro. The way she's bawling her eyes out now, she's even got a little bit of snot coming out her nose. It could only be teenage heartbreak. Tsukasa, you know what? You're so much better than he deserves. You could aim so much higher. You keep going to school. You get to Tokyo University, find a better man than him. Drawing too much attention? Sato, don't go yet. We want to talk about Wakamura. No! At least they do end up in higher spirits by the time they have their beach barbecue. Is Shotaro set at the town clock? Nobody's here right now, alright. Let me talk to Grandma first. I want to squeeze some information out of her, now that we know about a little bit more of the rumors around Mom. Now we got nothing else. Okay, we gotta talk to Wakamoto then. I'm surprised it's gonna be so approachable. Two kids from town just come in to talk to the old man. Are we going to get Wakamoto's approval? He's a businessman. He's superstitious, but he's also a businessman. If he saw how many scallops and out-of-season lobsters we brought in, he's gonna forget about the whole rumor mill and give us a boat of our own. We've been asking around. We'll be upfront with it. No becoming an ama diver? Shinobu Wakamoto. Again, Azumi, tell him how much we brought in. Well, yeah, that much was clear. So does well, I guess... Of course Suya's gonna know more about Mom, simply by virtue of being the mother-in-law. But does she know more and more, like about her origins and things? If they know about the curse, and they know about curse bearers, surely then they have to have something concrete to pin onto Mom. What if she went out to stop the curse bearer? What if there was a mermaid that saved Yuza, but it wasn't Mom? And Mare just became another casualty. Word of a trustworthy sorcerer? Woo-woo wizard. I gotta say, this is very refreshing. An adult of his position and age being so forthcoming with information to a couple of teenagers. And not just, "You kids shut your yap and get out of here! Get out! I got no time for children today!" Some fellas with the police. That's, Yuriko? Not Yuriko. Yumeko. Yumeko and Soto. Who on the 6th, was it? Was trying to find the Wakamoto residence. Yeah, yesterday in fact. But if the folks of the island know about and believe in the curse of the raging waves, and they associate the disaster of 5 years ago with it, and they all take it as granted, you could say it's because of the curse, and that'd make them adhere even more. What if it's because the door to Ryugu is here in these waters, that is quite possibly that hole that we saw, and the raging waves is a smokescreen for mermaids to come in and out of the world of Ryugu on their own without being spotted, perhaps? Taishima? Or maybe it's not mermaids. If there's a whole island of people who were slaughtered and the island disappeared into the sea, that could just be the door to the world of the dead. Descendant of the raiders drawn to near where Taishima was. Is he suggesting that Mare, and by extension Yuza, is a descendant of the raiders? Bad omen. But he's a patron saint of diving. More about the raging waves, curse bearer. Yeah, signs before Yuza came back, so clearly, he's not the cause. Yeah? So he can dive, he's not doing any worse if it's already in motion. Again, Azumi, he's got a TV sorcerer to help him out. Do keep up. No more about me going out to sea? Okay, let me just go back to the story chart. And then we'll have to redo the entire chapter's progress so we can do some more Ama diving. This should be everything for this chapter then. We got information to unlock stuff with Wakamura, and for Wakamura, stuff to unlock conversation with Suyu. Mom's curse. Grandma. She's not even trying. She's doing very basic deflection. The actual truth, Grandma, not just hearsay and rumor. Southern Bay when the sun goes down. So they're gonna do beach party, swim into the ocean, then go talk to grandma, then back to the beach party for fireworks. Prepare ourselves for this one. But then this is gonna be when everybody dies, right? Everybody hasn't died yet, but that's gonna come up. Let's see if there's anybody else in town, and then we'll go to the jetty. Just the jetty, I think, then. Unless Shotaro or Sato has gone back to the Wakamura residence. Wakamura, has anybody come home? There's only his picture here. And I think that's being very upfront about who's currently at Wakamura. He's completely clammed up. Also, I like how on the table they have one of those mesh or cloth things, fabric things with the wire over it to keep flies off the food. We got the same stuff. Kikuko's back. Straight into conversation, so we can't look around for Mockingbird stickers. The Curse of the Raging Waves, working as an Ama diver, foreign visitors, boxes, gathering tips. Let's talk about gathering tips. She probably has more stuff to fill out the file. Company secrets for free. Yeah, we've had that happen more. It always seems to happen when I'm running low on air and want to get back to the boat. Beware the dangers of the sea. The sea is a dangerous place. There's no telling what dangers lurk in its depths. Be careful to avoid suspicious-looking places. If your foot gets stuck between rocks and you can't get out, keep swimming. Supposed to stay out of the sea, but no one she knows is paying attention to that. So they are going out and diving anyway. Kikuko is not just a cutie with the booty, but she also wants to see Yuza thrive in his natural environment. But speaking of diving off the northern shore, and why do you ask? What about the missing Ama divers? We don't have the check mark on it, though. How much practice we got in today? Is she also going to acknowledge our skill? Oh, the improvement in just one day. A high score of 2,000 points in one diving session? Done! We've already done that. Give us a prize then. $3,359 points. Rare bird sticker. We got Mockingbird number 5. Albatross boss. There'll be a screenshot for another server. Snipping tool. Server. An S rank Mockingbird sticker. The latest Kamishima merch. Can we get one? He does have the Kamishima t-shirt, which I also want. Do we have some actual merch? Real life Kamishima merch? Keychain. Cutting board? A specially made hand mirror with Kamishimaru. Huh. I was kind of hoping for a keychain. We didn't get one. What if we had one? What if we go back in time, find her yesterday, get a hand mirror, and then show it to the Tomokazuki? But we came back with a 3,359 point haul as our high score. Not even the total score. Yeah, give him one. Hand mirror acquired. Kamishimaru. We could ask about Kamishimaru. Was it Azumi's doing? No, the youth organization. Right, that was mentioned on the files. Tsukasa came up with the idea of doing a mascot character, drew the design for it. Tsukasa drew it too. What did I say? She's too good for Shotaro. Kamishimaru. Mascot character created specifically for Kamishima as part of the local youth organization's efforts to boost the island's economy and strengthen the community. Design selected for the project envisioned by Tsukasa Awao, a local high school student. As a symbol of Kamishima, it can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise sold in shops on the island, including keychains. I want a keychain. Flag and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists have found themselves charmed by the turtle character's peculiar, sleepy expression. Enough so that its merchandise is often in short supply. That's gotta be homework. Trying to see if there's actual Kamishimaro merch. Nothing else for the Amadivers. Foreign visitors or the raging waves? Foreign visitors could be a fun topic. Blonde hair and cool as their idea of foreigners. If we're gonna gawk together. Okay, we got all the fun topics out of the way. What about the curse of the raging waves? The reason for ostracization. Or so the people say. And so the Paranormal Affairs Department say, but they don't know that. They do. They're chasing after Mom is a Mermaid after all. But it's the only thing we can talk about. And that's it. Check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark. End of conversation. Is that it, she says. Like, we didn't just ask her about an entire menu of things. Grandma, you know about the new Kashimimaru merch? You got your hand mirror, Grandma? Nothing here. Just check it up on you, Grandma, that's all. There shouldn't be... Wakamoto's clammed up. What if there's anybody else in town? Because there wasn't any icon for Shotaro, or Sato and Tsukasa. Hey, we got Chie here. What if she knew our high score? What if she knew we were ranked 36? No, I was thinking that he had amnesia following the trauma of the drowning. What if he was fed mermaid meat, and he lost his body that day, and had a mermaid body reconstituted, but then he wouldn't age? I was thinking, well, he did say he hasn't grown in a while, and so maybe with a mermaid body, he isn't growing anymore because he's not aging anymore, but then he wouldn't have aged any from childhood either. So that's not it. You got any underwater gathering tips for us, Chie? You're gonna tell us the spot where everyone died 5 years ago? The particular spot, 5 kilometers south of the island? No, Chie is not happy with that. Yeah, and that's why there was so much abalone? So much sea urchin? So much lobster out of season? Nothing from her, fine. Yeah, what's off with the sea itself is somebody wants to turn people into mermaids. She did see them just now. Where'd they go? They're probably going to go to the Wakamura residence. To the lighthouse. That's the new location. Kamishima Lighthouse. On the eastern side of Kamishima. Narrow passage between Cape Virago and Kamishima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night. So much so it's been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and Ondo no Seto in sailors' songs about the most feared waterways. Following its construction of the Meiji era, spurred by reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watch over the waters of the island, ensuring safe passage to all who travel them. Cool. And so we're gonna follow them around. But we know that you guys pinned the disaster on Mom because you think she's the curse bearer, the curse of the raging waves. Heard it from yeah. She knows it's not an old wives' tale, so what's the provenance of the knowledge of this curse in Kamishima? Your location, lighthouse. Anybody in Chul Street? Real quick check. Probably gonna be nothing. Nothing. Okay, to the lighthouse then. We're gonna follow us some foreigners! Now, why would the foreigners be going to the lighthouse? Do they just want a view of the northern waters? Something I noticed when I was looking up the bird song, the Mockingbird song on YouTube, and the video I was using is pretty much a blown up bit of the box art, basically. That hair is that guy there, right? The one of the box art up there is like mustachioed and pointing out like that. Sumimasen. Yeah, it's our lighthouse. This is our island. Most people avoiding him. Everyone is trying their hardest not to look like unsophisticated locals, swarming the foreigners that pass by. And instead, it's making us come off as some kinda suspicious Innsmouth. And their Japanese is very good. Though he uses some big words, they've done something to offend. An ill-mannered faux pas. Okay, screenshot. The bitter taste of failure. No detectiving for him. Arnav Barnum. Or Avi. Tourist? Tourist is he? I doubt that. Tourist again lies. Lying through the interface. So I suppose it is possible that if we didn't go through the reminisce, we could have met these two. We could have met these two before going into the reminisces on Yumiko's side, and then seeing that Circe at least is a powerful psychic who's on loan to Paranormal Affairs from England, from the Lunar Light family of exorcists, and is a pretty powerful, if inexperienced, curse handler herself. Manakuchi, just like the girl you're looking for. Oh, the faces, the creases, as he scrunches himself up. Humbug! How much of that is true? We know that Circe here is on loan to Paranormal Affairs, but is Avi actually an independent value who was by happenstance pairing up with her for whatever scheme? Recollection! Traveled around the mainland before coming here. Let's find out a bit of that afterwards. Past recollection, Arnav Barnum is a focus character between them two. Did a bit of what? Nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. Did a bit. Or it's a psychic nosebleed. Arnov Barnum, 40 years old, author, occult journalist, nickname Avi. Fantasy author and occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but apparently don't sell well. Unmarried. Has come to Japan in search of mermaids, apparently. And Circe's got some new on her? A young girl from England, sure. Currently on exchange in Japan. Harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Exchange student, my foot. Not much time left, then let's talk about the reason for your visit. I like how the one over here is just having the time of her life floating in the waves. And they even have a little baby mermaid. Yeah, the storyteller told us that much at the very start of the game. The Western mermaid is more of a Greek siren. I like how he's looking directly at the player as he says this. It's like he's doing a presentation on the mermaid with a slide right there. Not to Yuza and Azami, but to us. Bump, bump, bump. He's overdramatic enough that he provides his own bump, bump, bums. What if he is actually a bit of a quack? And, and it really is by coincidence that his research needs overlap with Cersei's need for a guide in this area? Well, our mom might be a mermaid if that's what you're asking about. We got about 4 hours of sleep last night, so if I yawn a lot, sorry. He also knows about Taishima. Which seems to be... It seems to jump between privileged knowledge and local rumor. So I guess some people know, but not everybody. And if somebody knows, depending, it's either, it's just whatever, it's just old wives' tale, or oh shit, they might actually know something. 3 mermaids. Sobe, Nagame Hayase. Around 400 years ago, when Taishima disappeared. What if I turn my fan higher? Maybe it's just getting stuffy the closer we get to summer. But I don't want the loud fan making too much noise into the microphone. Su and Ise City also have mermaid sightings. Actual mermaids are victims of the curse. We got a dossier, Ise Bay Mermaid Legend. According to the Kokon Chomonju, a collection of notable tales, old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught at a fisherman's net in Betsuho in Ise Province, modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawage Town, and Tsu City. The mermaid, Afutamigara. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki, the ancient annals of Horyuji Temple covering the latter half of the Kamakura period to the Nanbokochu period. Of these entries, one of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami, Ise Province, modern-day Futami Town and Ise City, in the second year of the Inbun era, 1357. The mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with a long life. Ano Town's Yao Bikuni. Although the exact time period is unclear, legend tells of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano Town of Age District, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yao Bikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. And the 3 mermaids of Taishima, we're just going to lump them all to one entry. While this information is not recorded in any literature, because I'm sure it's made up for the game, according to Avi's research, 3 mermaids, Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase, purportedly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Mermaids around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. What if it's a classic misunderstanding and it actually is the human fish flesh that gives immortality? After all, the people who eat the mermaid flesh don't become mermaids. Their bodies get reconstructed into a human by the mermaid flesh, by which I mean they turn into humans and not fish humans. He seems to think that human mermaids could do it. Yumeko seems to think otherwise. He knows about Urashima Taro. And of course we all do too. I got no reason to read this out. Long ago, a youth by the name of Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King, as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place with a beauty unlike anything found on the surface world. The princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with the great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders, and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tamate bako, but warned him never to open it. Thinking this strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the tamate bako and set out back towards his village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he lived in was gone. There was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface. And the village and the people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the tamate bako he had been gifted in a final grasp at hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instant, the 100 years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. Again, old stuff. Everybody on this channel knows about Urashima Taro. One could be priestess and ruler. They were mermaids! Could it be 5 kilometers south of Kameshima? In a hole. Ryugu, the exact same place as the Eternal World, yeah. A power to grant immortality to humans. Or, as Yumiko put it, mermaids have the ability to curse humans with the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Could it be that Tamate Bako was actually a cursed stone? Well, there's a hole. Well, there's a hole. There's a hole at the bottom of the sea. What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu? The turtle! Kameshima Island is itself the turtle. Yeah? Yeah. Kameshimaru is gonna help us sail on down there. But Kameshima merely looks like a turtle. It's not actually a turtle. Ryugu. Tales of Ryugu, the abode of the god of the sea, exists in every area of Japan. Posited by some theories to be the eternal world of legends, it is said to be a perpetual paradise, connected to this world by the seabed that bestows everlasting youth and a natural longevity to those who live there. Some tales also equate Ryugu to the underworld, the place where the dead journey after their death. Well, that can't be right, because we know where the underworld is, don't we? Like, isn't there a certain place in Japan that's pretty much agreed to be like, oh yes, this is the place where the boundary between the world of the dead, Yomi, and our world is? And so it can't be Ryugu, it can't be under the sea, it's like up in the mountains or something. The tale of Urashima Taro, about a youth who was invited to the seafloor palace of Ryugu, as thanks for rescuing the turtle, led to Ryugu's name becoming widely known throughout the country. In the story, a princess called Otohime serves as ruler of Ryugu Palace, but Otohime originally referred to priestesses serving the god of the sea, who presided over Ryugu. It turns out that Mom is an Otohime herself. Some phenomenal ama diving prowess. Things are getting heated up with Yuza. We've been entertaining him. The least he can do is give us some mom information. A descendant of the Islanders used to call Taishima home. There's a known living descendant of Taishima. Somebody's family has been doing a really, really good job of keeping up with the stories. What information do we have, apart from suspicion Mom might be a mermaid, the idea that there's a curse of the raging waters, curse of the raging waves, that everyone thinks Mom is a curse bearer controlling. Took on human form several decades ago, lived among humans ever since. Now, given that not many people know about Taishima or the mermaids of the area, who has active rumors that a mermaid, one of the three named mermaids or whatever, took human form decades ago? Was she hiding her presence with her psychic power? And now that they can't maintain the yak, they gotta leave? Oh. Something on Kamishima itself has been affecting her. It could be proximity to the curse of the raging waves. Apparently it's a big one this year. A terrible calamity approaching, that'd be it. That'd be the curse. Is there gonna be a tomorrow, though? Everything has led up to August 7th. With most everything being before then. They could exchange their cell phone numbers, their line in 1980X. So what have we got left? Maybe Suyu might know about this mermaid biz. Nothing. Just checking in, Grandma. We'll check around town real quick and probably go to the jetty. Different pose this time? Sun's trying to set. So I guess the last thing to do then is just recap of everything we've learned running around the island. Oh, I broke this rubber band. The older folks believe in it, the younger folks are like, whatever. Yeah, some random foreigner. She's got no reason to know about local curses. Wouldn't it? If Mom's gone missing, and the curse is respawning again in this era, then it can't possibly have been her the first time around. Wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Wouldn't it be somebody who was here 5 years ago, though? If they were responsible for the curse last year, or not last year, 5 years ago and this year. Unless they really think that Mom was the curse bearer, and then there's a different curse bearer. We're being followed? Noise in Chol Street? Scream! Who scream? The Shotaro was freaking the fuck out. But I thought we were gonna have our beach party. Tsukasa's freaking out too. What's going on? Everybody's here? Everybody notable is on Chol Street? Yes, everybody pose. This is the prompt, just pretend you're on the bridge in Star Trek during a battle. Sato? What's wrong with Sato? I guess some girls just are late bloomers. Just suddenly got cut down. There's a slash going down her chest and a pool of blood in her abdomen. That's the Heike Samurai curse. Sato was an immortal mermaid. Sato had her wound recover immediately. Sato's got some mystery to her. If this was the Spirit Hunter series, then Sato's shirt would be completely open, with just like a little bit of cloth keeping the naughty bits out. But this series doesn't like to go full-on horny CGs the way that Spirit Hunter does. Though Spirit Hunter likes to do it in a kind of grotesque way that tries to pair like sex and violence together. So what should be a really sexy, tantalizing thing becomes uncomfortable because sure, the girl is in her underwear, but she's in her underwear with like blood everywhere and her guts hanging out or something. But now I got heavy. What was that? What's it focusing on? Osato? Are we gonna get another badass? What? Broken? What was that exactly? And then time. What do you mean? And then time to meet up? Sato Shiranami mysteriously cut down and moments later resurrected before her friend's very eyes. Confusion to go see Island, Yuza and Azumi head out to meet Yuza's grandmother, Suya Minakuchi, at the appointed time and place. There's a lot going on in between here. We've also got... Oh, that's locked. It said it will unlock when the conditions haven't met. So we can't get Arnov Barnum stuff yet. So we got no choice but to go to the time to meet up. So... what was it that we got? Ano Town's Yao Bikuni, a girl named Osato. It focused on here, and then it zoomed in on here, and then it really zoomed in on Osato. From Kusawa, in Ano Tanavage district. Became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid. Became Yao Bikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. Is the game suggesting? And then my stream momentarily got cut. The Heike Warrior curse was used on my Wi-Fi for a second. Because I'm getting too close to the truth. The very fact that her wounds recovered was proof positive that she's a mermaid. Maybe she's Osato. When the interface was blinking in on this, it really wanted us to see the entry on Yao Bikuni. "17 years. And 700 on top of that? The mysterious girl lodging with Shinobu Wakamura arrived 3 months ago, claimed to be the child of a relative. So I wanted to believe maybe she was the psychic, the sorceress, the sorcerer, who was advising Wakamura. But maybe not. But either way, an immortal staying with Wakamura as a house guest would be a fairly safe cover, wouldn't it? Sometimes she's a little bit aloof, like during the summer memory, she was like, ah, that looks like fun. But I'll let them have their fun instead of joining in herself. Man, I keep dropping frames, what's going on with that? It would also kind of explain why she gets along so well with Suyu. At first I thought, of course, because she spends her days watching television and soap operas, so of course she's gonna hang out with the old lady, talk about her TV dramas. It's just like she's a middle-aged lady talking with another old lady. And it turns out she might be extra ancient. Sato suddenly has a whole lot more mysteries piled on her. She was gloomy and morose when she first came to Kameshima, and then after watching a whole lot of TV and hanging out with Tsukasa, she became a whole lot livelier. What if her 800 years are coming up? And that's why she was so gloomy. She returned to Kameshima. Maybe for her death? Maybe to return to Ryugu? If she herself is an immortal mermaid and not just an 800-year immortal? So either way, maybe there's an element of her times coming up. She came over here to be carried back off to the world below. But she made some friends, and now she's happier that she gets to spend her final days. And of course we got new bird. We got this central fellow here. Albatross Boss. The leader of the Ocean Outlaws, a gang of hooligans who soar around the skies of a seaside town. His imposing size and taciturn demeanor have won the admiration of many birds, leading to his influence growing by the day. However, the truth is he's not really thinking of much at all. His silence just happens to be interpreted in a flattering light by those around him. Basically the problem King from One Punch Man has. And he is mutual rivals with the Gull Father, the second in command of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang. Leader of the Ocean Outlaws is a rival with the second in command. Bad blood with his own second. This sharp-feathered bird is instantly recognizable by the chic black band of his tail feathers. Beneath his sunglasses, his sharp red-rimmed eyes are constantly focused on the top spot of the gang, and these ambitions have led him to scheme with others in an attempt to exploit any cracks he can find in Albatross Boss's overwhelming charisma. And Boss knows. No, it's not mutual. Albatross Boss thinks they're best buds, that's why he's second in command. But it's a one-way animosity because of his ambitions. He does have mutual animosity with the Tit, though. The top troublemaker of Blue's Brutal Beaks, a gang of delinquents from Ave's Academy, who have recently been wreaking havoc throughout the region. This little tiny Tit is a perky little delinquent. Despite his cute snowball-like appearance, he's both fierce-tempered and ruthlessly territorial, and the force which he flies at anyone who messes with the gang's turf is more like a bullet than a snowball. And everybody else imagines themselves friends with Boss. Gold and Roses, member of the Ocean Outlaw hooligan gang, usually found whiling away his days at the seaside. He has a tendency to subtly show up whenever trouble begins brewing, just so he could stick his beak into the chaos. There went the bitrate again for a second. It's gonna be one of those afternoons, isn't it? Despite being the only one to notice the lack of substance behind Albatross Boss's imposing demeanor, He finds it more entertaining than anything else and has thus far elected to keep quiet about it. He knows the truth, but he's friendly with the boss. As is Booby Bravo, a steadfast senior member of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang. Accustomed to living in a group, he's quick to step in and smooth things over whenever he hears of a dispute erupting him on the gang's ever-growing ranks. Second to none in his loyalty to their leader, he's quick to tell him whenever he finds a promising new feeding ground. And the rest we'll look at as we build up more relationships between. And of course there aren't any more mockingbirds that we missed, right? I just noticed Toba Sibat Skeletons is included under Gameplay Guide, and not History Traditions, Phenomena Curses, Culture Society. That is odd. Yeah, seems to be no more orange, because there wasn't exactly any way to roam around that chapter. We got one extra. Okay. So that was a bombshell of a conclusion to that chapter. Memories of the... Where does Memories of the Last Summer fit in then? Final day having as much fun as they want. This could be the very end then. Maybe this is... After everything is done. Even Sato survives. Everyone survives. There's no date. Time to meet up. After everybody, several hours after everyone finds Sato cut down, dead, disemboweled, and then just casually comes back to life. Now, Suyu said sunset. This is well beyond sunset. To the bay. Now, Sato was apparently somewhat upset about something after Wakamura made a really bizarre request. Even Shotaro was like, why would anybody ask that? Maybe Wakamura is the curse holder for the Heike warrior curse. Sato is a human, something evil to chase off the island. They see a literal miracle and they say this is evil, shun it. Do you think somebody cursed by the mermaids into 800 years of longevity, with their original body destroyed, and their new body reconstituted mermaid flesh, do you think they count as mermaids enough to have the consumption of their flesh turn somebody else into an 800-year immortal? It's giving us an eerie thing. Gran can't be dead on her feet. All I know for sure is that by this point in time in the OG timeline, when we don't go down and look in the hole and see the Tomokazuki, then everybody dies. Credits roll, we see snippets of finding everybody else dead. Gran's okay. Did Mom have Soto's family heirloom? Is this gonna be it? Taishima. The Heiki warrior. Heiki warrior cutting down Grad. Curses have an activation. We've learned this in Paranormal Sight, the 7 Mysteries of Hanjo, the first game. It's not just somebody goes out and says kill him, kill him, kill her, kill her, kill him. There's an activation to it. Like, you turn around from the curse bearer, show them your back, you get killed. Somebody does a curse on you, the curse reflects back, they get killed. You have an open flame, and you can kill that person. You know? There's always specific things. Maybe talking about Taishima is the activation here. And the Heiki warrior goes out and kills people who mention Taishima, but it's only stronger at night or active at night in the first game because of the Feast of Shadows. I think she's well beyond that. Is it Kikuko? Was Kikuko the curse bearer? I don't think it was Kikuko. Oh, this is the bad end after all. So we get to see it play out in actuality. Somebody's going on a rampage with the Heiki warrior. So we didn't get to avoid this cursed fate after all. This is straight up turning into some kind of a genocide. Everybody on the island is getting cut down. What if this is Taishima related, and instead of going after like the raider or whatever, the raider causing the calamity, what if they're going after descendants of Taishima, and the survivors of Taishima made their way to Kameshima, and much like how Neanderthals got bred into humans, the Taishima survivors pretty much got bred into everybody else's family in Kameshima? And if somebody's going after Taishima survivors, that just means everybody here carries that blood now? If that's the activation for being cut down, because I gotta imagine what's making everyone become cursed victims. That bottom, that's Tsukasa, isn't it? No, Kikuko. That was Kikuko's bottom. A virus that cuts everyone nearly clean in half, sure. Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. So, my question becomes now, with everybody dying, who doesn't? Who survived? What pattern could we suss out by those who didn't get cut down? Because my thinking is this basically mimics the destruction of Taishima. The kids have survived so far: Azami, Yuza, and Tsukasa. Sato got cut down, but she was instantly restored. So she's clearly an 800-year immortal. Maybe it goes by age. Maybe anybody above 20 gets killed. Because Kikuko is like 28. And then these guys are teenagers in high school. Sorry, Tsukasa. But as far as we can tell, it's only adults that have been getting killed and one immortal. Start when Sato came to Kamishima. If there is a cursed person... I'm starting to turn into one of the old islanders of Kamishima now. This new strange person came to the island, and then all this stuff happened. But maybe, if curses are real in this world, a normal girl, Tsukasa, you were there, you saw it. You saw that a gash suddenly appeared across her entire body, and she fell down dead, and then her wounds all vanished, and she casually went home. Threatened to kill all the women on Kamishima with the curse. So it's all the women on Kamishima is what the target is. And that does remind me of the actual big bad. Or kind of the big bad. I'm sure that there was somebody, there was somebody else pulling his strings. Of Paranormal Site, The Seven Mysteries of Honjo, who also basically had genocidal ambitions with Honjo, and that's the way to stop him towards the end, before the sun set. He had like a dossier of students, right? So he could just kill as many students in his school as he wanted, just because he had their names, or something like that. So a curse that kills all the women on Kamishima Island. Sato counted, so she was cut down early. And then all the other women were cut down. No mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. So at least we know that 2/3 of this group is safe. Maybe even Tsukasa, depending on whether or not all the women counts the children. Could it have been Amadivers when they talk about the women of Kamishima? The island is best known for Amadivers. Sato is an anomaly. I think that they could safely ignore her for now and figure out what unites the rest of the sample size. I like how I'll kill all the women on the island. And then, hey, they're only going after Rama divers. Means that Yuza is included in the potential targets. Because he's diving, he's counted as one of the girls, maybe. And there went his head. They could be going by the mirror. He was given a mirror. But Azumi was also given a mirror. Brother. Oh, we get to meet the storyteller again. Well done on my efforts thus far. Back in the underwater hole. I bet you anything this is the same hole that has the Tomokazu key that drags you down if you get too close to it afterwards in the diving segment. This has got to be the same hole. And by extension, quite possibly, the entranceway to Ryuguru. Born witness the details of the tragedy that befell Kamishima. Don't be discouraged, this is necessary knowledge for the journey. We have a true objective, just like the 7 mysteries of Honjo, we got a meta mystery going on here. Our own identity is gonna be a part of it. What's this new route going to be? That's complete. So, we have the Reminisce, discovering the mermaids of Issei Bay, and we have Arnov and Circe's route, where they arrive on Kamishima. Sato, Sacrifice. How about this? It's been 4 hours of stream. Let me do a little bit of underwater gathering. Just to... a palate cleanser after the excitement of all that disaster. We'll get our diver rank further and further up. We have new knowledge about... if there's starfish, it's gonna be barren there. There's starfish over there. So this might be a little bare on this side. Just turban shell. I chose poorly. And it's all flat over there. I'm not too far from the boat. I can keep doing this for a little bit more. There's more down there. I see 1 abalone, 2 abalone. But just gotta return to boat for now. Gathering complete. Only 1829. Do a couple more rounds. So there's starfish over there. I don't see starfish this way though. Oh, there's some starfish after all. There's also some good abalone. Barren areas don't mean there's nothing after all, just means it's real slim pickings. Slim pickings with multiple abalone, some lobster. Multiple lobsters, pretty nice. Okay, let's head back and I was gonna say just get some more multiplier, but this is good too. Just head back. $38.48 new record. Rank 38. Rank 39. Let's get to at least... What was Kikuko's again? 42? 41. We can beat Kikuko. Let's beat Kikuko. Starfish. Points. I could appreciate how looking around doesn't take up any of my available air, my swim time. Okay, last one, to the boat. Gathering complete. So I'm thinking maybe what I should do is redo the curse chapter. We're going all over the place. And then we talk to Kikuko, we talk about the boxes, we talk about the merchandise. And simply not take the merchandise. I suspect that the good luck hand mirrors are what were used to identify targets. The women on Kamishima tend to be Ama divers. Ama divers want their protective charm, and so chances are, if you got the hand mirror, you're probably a victim. Sea urchin just for me, that's not for them. Gathering complete. Rank 41. And I'm halfway to 42. I want to at least beat Kikuko's rank. I don't want to be on par with her. I want to destroy her ranking. abalone. See what's on the rock. And it's a rock lobster! 754 points. Oh, damn it! I'm not even between the rocks. That's just a dangerous area to go through. Every time I got stuck, I spin over there. We're right under the boat, we're fine. At the very least, we'll get 42 for sure. And so the only one now who could oppose us score-wise is Chie with 67. But there's also Suyu's unknown score. We don't know Suyu's score, actually. I feel like if we went over here and we simply did not get the mirrors, that might be a pretty good way of avoiding getting killed off at the very least. But I think what we'll do, it's very intriguing to see what Wakamura asked Sato about that was so upsetting. But I want to get the reminisce. There's a reminisce we haven't done that'll lead to their activities earlier when they arrive on Kamishima. But first, it's been 4 hours, so I got enough tea to last me. Let me take a BRB quick. We'll put the good music on, and I'll be back in a while. Well, 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 what's all this that I come back and I see? That, the stability was in the yellow? Don't mind the thunks. Gave the cat some more water, then decided to make myself some lemonade. Because in the past decade or so, Mom's had herself a little side hobby of making limoncello once in a while. And she only needs the zest and the skins for that, and so I get all the rest of the lemon for myself. As a lemon lover, that is fantastic news for me. Alright, shall we get back into the game? So we just saw everybody die. And then Yuza died. I don't want to say I died, because I know from the previous game that I'm playing an entity that is separate from any of these characters here. But we did unlock a Reminisce, so let's go to the first of the Arnav Barnum episodes. Arnav Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Issei Bay with his relative, Sisei Lunarlight, as his guide. So they were conspiring from the start. So did Circe always plan to get over here on exchange and then ditch paranormal affairs to run off with Arnav? Or was Arnav taking advantage of the fact that his relative is here, in a position of privilege and access? Date unknown, August. Kawage Town, Nakabeppo Coast. If this is the connection to Ryugu or the Immortal World, what if the Immortal World is just the Pacific? Now, in universe, he's being Chuni and just acting all dramatic to nobody for the sake of it, but the way he's facing the characters, it says things like this, he really is just fourth wall breaking, addressing the audience. Nakabeppo now, Betsuho before. Hey, in periods when the mermaids were? Human heads with mouths of monkeys, teeth and body of fish, spoke and cried like humans. Betsuho's up here. So they start up over here, then come down, and then go across to Kamishima. Betsuho is the old name for the area now known as Nakabeppo, Kawage Town in the Age district. So named during the events of the story, since merged with Su City of Mie Prefecture. It is said to be the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori. The area has a deep connection to the Issei Heike. It is also said to be the location where the three mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Yeah, the eternal world beyond the horizon. The Pacific. Clouds nothing, sea is surrounding. I gotta check. I can't look behind. I'm not allowed to look behind me. I can only look out towards the sea and towards Circe. So seems to be no stickers here. Distant relative. So she was already here, wanted to visit, and agreed to Arnav's request. So they aren't conspirators from the start. Exorcist, not just tourist. A young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan. Possessed of a bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories, quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity's been completely sated. Though she be fairly blunt, she shows a naivety appropriate for her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Circe is a third daughter of Ciara Lunarlight, the current head of the matrilineal Lunarlight family, a long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her two older sisters, she's received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child, and is currently in training as an apprentice. As the beings known as demons of the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, spirits of the dead, strong thoughts, curses. What she does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. We got our primary spiritual abilities. Guardian spirits, the ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family, and invoke their powers to exorcise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami she has access to. The ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Circe who casts the spell on the paper. Dowsing. The ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Although she's supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute, during her time in Japan, Circe has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere. As such, she's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Circe is an ardent fan of Mio Kirosuzu. That's one of the teenagers from the first game, right? The one who was actually on the employ. A girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. I remember Mio. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she's taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo, and keeps it with her at all times. Aww. Mio's name is in blue, by the way, so Mio might show up. Checkmark. What thoughts do we have? Come here seeking mermaids. And Arnav's got his own reasons. So, looking for lore and legends is, of course, not quite a ruse, but only the superficial purpose. Arnav Barnum. Nickname Avi. Unmarried, notable works. The Fiend of Ringgit to the Solar Crow, Hermit's Travels, Bon Appetit, The Phantom Gourmand. So that's new, this one we already had last time. Although a grown man, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales, and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations. And he remains impressively unbothered, even on those occasions when he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to his sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He's currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult and a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he'll readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family's home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart. Okay. So, Soto's family heirloom that is supposed to help us out with the curse of the raging waves. And he's really freaking out because he can't find the family heirloom without that map. The discovery which captivated his imagination had led to his current quest. Well, this is fate then, isn't it? The mermaid mummy got sold so long ago, but the heirloom's needed now, and by chance that mummy and the map made its way into the hands of a little boy who had his imagination sparked in such a big way that has led him to this bay, in this moment, possibly with the map. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through the independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain secret correspondence with them to this day. So presumably they know that he's palling around in foreign lands with their teenage third daughter. Their birthplace of the Heike. Avi also watched Inoue, and got all of his Gunpei War learning from that. Minamoto versus Taira gets called the Genpei War, because Taira gets the Heike, hence the Hei turns into a Pei, and Minamoto was also Genji, right? Hence Genpei. Genji and Heike, Minamoto and Taira. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure. Wait, why am I reading her lines? This isn't the files. I'm only reading the files out loud if I want to. It's a whole lot of reading. Give us a history lesson. I'm gonna enjoy my tea. Stale second steeping tea. Taramori in green, blue I mean. Kiyomori in yellow, we don't care about him. Taramori. If you're gonna get a file, then you gotta be important to the plot. Files updated. Sioux City. Located in the center of Ise Plain, capital of Mei Prefecture, previously known as Anotsu, Sioux City has served as a port town since the Heian period. after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Sioux City is also known as the birthplace of the Heiki. The Ubushina area and its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Taramori, was born. So we repeat it. I'm sure this place is fine, but it's no Kamishima. No, I meant to click on her face to talk. Give me the face to talk. We've cleared out talk about this place. Talk about the Heiki, since the subject came up first. Then we'll go to the reason we're here. It's more files. It's more files. Taira no Taramori finally got your file. Father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was a man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei Taira clan, was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo Noma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered low status, a samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Issei Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China, solidifying its foundation. The significant influence was later inherited by his son Kiyomori. Taramori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Nukemaru, Taramori's sword. Nukemaru was what Soto identified as a sword held by the Heike warrior in the curse, yeah? An heirloom passed down to the Taira clan. Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made it to swallow Taramori whole as they lay resting. At that moment, lemonade burps apparently. Kogarashi, which Taramori had left laying nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner, or somebody was sloppy with his maintenance. Nukemaru later inherited by his son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times. Its whereabouts are currently unknown. And the mermaids of Betsuho. One time when Taramori was visiting Betsuho in Issei province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth and bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids. The fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them, and presented them to Taramori. However, Taramori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, plural, who found them to be delicious. So, Heian period was about how long ago? Let me narrow this down. No, Taramori? 1096 to 1153. At 800 years. And we're looking at a range of time between 1896 and 1953. So, if Sato is an 800-year immortal, I don't think she was from this incident. But that does mean there's a bunch of fishermen who might have quickly become a 800-year immortal. Issa Taira? No, we got it. But henceforth, just Heiki. Okay, for simplification's sake. So specifically, the Issei Taira from here, and not all the Issei Taira, not all the Taira. And since we're still on the topic, Battle of Dan no Ura. And hence the Heiki Monogatari. You would think that the winning clan wouldn't be so interested after ascending to power to send people out into the world to sing the legends praising the defeated Heiki about how well they fought and their glorious achievements, but they did, specifically as a way of placating the resentment, like, oh shit, we killed all these guys, it's gonna be a lot of vengeful ghosts. Send some guys out to talk about how great they were. Those outside the Heiki clan could not even be considered human. Power and corruption, man. Okay, now, to the real reason we're here in the Issei Bay. The mermaids. But they were too hideous, and he said, no, get these out of my sight. Himself. Was it fisherman or fishermen in the notes? Cut up and eaten by the fishermen, plural. We found them to be delicious. Nobody knows. Said it was pretty tasty. And then he disappears from history. That's it. Maybe they just wised up, and once they realized they were immortal, they dipped. Oh, we got move. Let's think again. Would such mermaids be trapped by simple fishing nets? I mean, have you seen fishing nets, man? If it's like local fishers in a bay, that's some pretty good coverage, and these days we got like miles-long nets. Where are we gonna go? We're at... Oh, I can zoom in and out. We got maps layered on maps. We got little brown circles where other cities and locations are. I can't imagine we're gonna see all of these brown circles in this chapter alone. That's probably more for like the rest of their adventures, or maybe Do you think this is gonna take us all the way to all these dots? I don't know about that. Maybe it's just showing points of interest. Major towns. Ano Town, Kusawa. Famous because of Yao Bikuni. Yao Bikuni, when Sato came back to life, and the game kept forcing the files interface into place, it was very keen. Where is it? Was it mermaids? Yao Bikuni's got her own thing. Society culture. Where was the... Yeah, Ano Town's Yao Bikuni. Duh! 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 A nun who lived for 800 years. Ano, located in the Age district, so named where the events of the story, since Murasu City of Mie Prefecture. Locate the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak. The land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of the production of sumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Cool. And of course, that's kind of the tell of tourism board games. It's taken us all over these places, these local places, giving us some history, teaching us a bit about the local specialities. In a game about murder and supernatural curses, but if it gets the history, culture, and tourism out, they'll put a few bucks towards a game developed about their area. I'd like to see more of that adopted. Like, imagine if in Palau, if we weren't being absolutely stupid with Sarango whips wanting to just go, oh, crypto this, crypto that. And not even in a smart way, with very obvious dumb schemes meant to benefit Binance, Ripple, but not the average Palauan. If we wanted to put money into an industry outside of tourism and want to go tech-wise, commission some games, man. Where's our animation studios? Where's our game makers? Where's our tourism board games about supernatural goings-on in Palau? We could do some pretty cool stuff. You know, if we want to do a post-industrial thing because we don't exactly have the capacity for massive factories and manufactories everywhere, what do? Service industry stuff, just taking care of the tourists? Or something more digital, doing animation, doing game, doing whatever? This is the 21st century. This could be us making cool games. Doing in-betweens and sells for people, or I guess not sells these days. Surroundings got checkmark. I bet you anything. I find it very interesting that for Arnav's scenes so far, I can't make him look behind himself. Everybody else got a 360 view around their areas. Barnov? What would I call this? This wouldn't quite be 180. It's like a little bit beyond 180. I could see basically up until here, with probably a 45-degree cone coming out of the back of my head that I cannot look at. But there it is! I knew it! I knew it! And it's a penguin! 10 Mockingbird stickers collected, Midsummer Mockingbird Gathering. Who'd I get? Lil Blue. Shrine? Dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. Okay, signage is part of surroundings, everything else is surroundings. Let's talk then. The Legend of Yao Bikuni. A 17-year-old girl named Osato from this village. Sato? Osato. Sato? Osato. Let me see something. Yao Bikuni. We got a yokai.com entry. We got Wikipedia on Ningyo. For, I guess, mermaids in general. I want to see what years she was active. Who lived for 800 years, but when? Story found over and over, every region of Japan. Very place to place. Daughter of a poor fisherman, some stories a local noble, even the daughter of the legendary Onmyoji, Ashiya Doman. Official records of an 800-year-old nun visiting Kyoto in 1449. So in 1449, she's already considered an 800-year-old nun when she visits Kyoto. Wikipedia article on Ningyo. Now, Bikuni mentioned. Most famous folk stories involving Ningyo. Greatly waited, acquired everlasting youth and longevity, became the nun Yao Bikuni. In the typical version, the girl who ate the Ningyo was from Obama, Wakasa province. Oldest written source of the legend dates from the 15th century. And one source relates that the Shira Bikuni, white nun, appeared in Kyoto in the middle of the century, year 1449 at age 800. Assuming age 800 and keeping with the commonly used name, her birth can be dated to around mid-7th century during the Asuka period. What if... No, I was gonna say, what if she wasn't 800 years old in 1449, but was an 800-year-old immortal in 1449? No, that would give us 1449 plus 800 would give us till 2249, so maybe if we fudge the dates a little bit, and she wasn't 800 years of age in 1449, but merely an 800-year-old immortal in 1449. It doesn't count as spoilers if I'm looking at the historical folklore that they're drawing from. I don't know anything about where the game was gonna go. Lemonade, that's 1/5 lemon, 4/5 water, and no sugar. Just pure citrus. Yao Bhikkhuni, a bhikkhuni, fully ordained Buddhist nun who acquired perpetual longevity, or preternatural longevity, after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Though the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate the mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Yao Bhikkhuni legend passed down from Mei Prefecture is as follows. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. One day when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it. But Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. "17 years old? Oh, Sato." Damn many different Yao Bhikkhunis. Apparently people keep eating mermaid. Which choice do we have? Tell us. The files express that exact sentiment. Yao Bhikkhuni, the term for an immortal. And so if it's a generic term to an extent, like I said, she might not have been 800 years old in 1449. Amma be none of that and became an Amma diver. There's a screenshot. Open up a Discord server. Very, very dramatic, but tish. Screenshot. Discord. Post. Really? She's serious. That it could perhaps be insightful, a semantic misunderstanding. After Kamakura could still be alive today. There we go. There we go. Opening the idea that she might not have literally been 800 years old at the time. That if she became an immortal after a certain point, she could still be alive in this day. Oh, for sure. But if we assume that it is a real thing, then the falsehoods merely got muddied into the realities. If she's living in this village, that's gonna take a lot of coordination to keep her from being found out as someone living in this village constantly for centuries. It's really something. We haven't cleared out the Yao Bikuni conversation point yet. That's gotta be the end of it, yep. No tomb, no nothing. The Tales of Issei. Does she have the dossiers on her? It's in blue, there's gonna be a file. Oldest extant collection of Japanese verse from the Heian period. Well, here you go. We got the folder right here. So he's actually familiar with the Tales of Heike. Short stories, it could context to poems. Keep up, Evan. Nice. And later it is. What have we got? Especially verse 69 that's supposed to be about this area. Collection of verse, or Uta Monogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan, particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period. This greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works such as The Tale of Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwawa no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man, from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist of the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Episode 1, Ubiko Buri, having come of age. A man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts the sleeves off his robe, inscribes a waka poem on it, and sends it to them. What a stud. Episode 6. Akutagawa. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Isn't that how it always goes? Cosmology of Kyoto, the exact same thing. A pretty girl invites you over to an abandoned house. You slip her kimono off. She giggles, she sighs. There's a noise. Her head gets grabbed and she gets devoured. Then the old lady outside says, hey, be careful going into abandoned places. The demons live in there. Every single time, just typical. Episode 9. Azuma Kudari. Getting despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of his friends. Typical midlife crisis. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him and recites a poem. In Suruga province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates a passage of time and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River. The Sumida River. Recalls his wife and hometown and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Oops, I'll go back. Episode 23, Susuizutsu. Close friends from childhood, a man and woman exchange poems and are wed. But when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as the wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. He was going to get himself 2 wives. In different provinces. How do you even manage? Episode 69. Kari no Tsukai. Having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess serving as a priestess at Ise shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promised one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. So how do we think this is going to relate to the plot? It's about Ise province. Episode 95, Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with the woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater than even the Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. If that isn't a parable with modern day relevance, I don't know what is. Adding tail love to a book title really classes things up, keep it in mind. All the rage of the Heian period, yeah, everything's a monogatari. Next work's gonna be a monogatari. Is that it for here? That's it for here. Then we move. Futamigara. We're getting closer and closer to the present. This is where What Are the Mermaids was found, wasn't it? But you're wrong! Mie composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki. I doubt we're gonna get another bird here, but I'm gonna look around my environs and try to keep my eyes peeled for rocks and shadows. We just got surroundings everywhere. Ocean's not nothing, it's all surroundings. Circe's got more stuff on her. Oh, yeah, you know what? We did get to do the full 360 here. It was in the previous 2 locations where we had that 45-degree cone behind his head we couldn't look at, but here's fine. See, we got the full 360 this time. We. Oh, that's the same thing as before. Huh. There's no check mark, but it's the same stuff. My own reasons. Kagenki. 6 instances of information. She gave this to us, so we've seen that already. $1357 plus 800 years. That brings it up to 2157, so it could be and Meiju delivering perpetuity. I mean, clearly, they're not too uncommon. Oh, look, the mermaid visited again. That's cool. If these are mermaids that people were pretty accustomed to by then, maybe these weren't the fish-type mermaid. Because the fish-type mermaid that were given to Taira no Taramori were hideous. The mermaid that Yao Bikuni allegedly ate was supposed to have been too hideous for people to want to eat. She just didn't know that's where the meat came from. And if this is a mermaid they're chilling with, they're naming it, they're hanging out, it's probably more pleasing to the eye to them. And so yeah, I'm thinking the named ones are more like this. What did I just say? They're catching up to my thinking. It turns out that needing to consume their flesh is just a euphemism for don't be a jealous lover. Taste of tuna, never hurt anybody. And given the kind of boomer humor you grow up with, like in the 90s, where comedians or magazines would make a very easy light of, oh no, she wants you to go down, the taste of fish, I guess it covers a previous topic of kink inflation, where things that were scandalous at the time of our parents and grandparents are pretty much expected now. So maybe in the 1400s, 1300s, people were so uptight that they needed the bait of immortality to tickle the clam a little. Still got more stuff on mermaids. That feels like the end of it. Some short little capstone. Did the description change for her yet? No? I figure maybe we'll just talk to her until we get the move prompt again, and then it might give a different thing. Somin Shorai Talismans. Shomin Shorai. Type of talisman described with the characters Somin Shorai Sishon, meaning descendant of Somin Shorai. The talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds, or shimenawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Ise Shima place Somin Shorai talismans at the entrance to their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimenawa up during the new year, in Ise Shima they are kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The word Somin Shorai originate from the name of the central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale as generally told in Ise Shima is as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozi Tenno set out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kotan Shorai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somin Shorai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somin Shorai from a plague that ravaged the area next year. So kind of the Odin incognito thing, huh? Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds at a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somin Shorai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illness. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. What is it, seriously? She's spacing out. The psychic is spacing out. Same text still. Does she see something? Nothing's changed over here. There's no stickers in the shadow like there will be later. She's staring out that way, but there's nothing. how close this is to the eternal world. We're going to get a lot of background homework before the game quickens up with going around chapter to chapter, hopping around, I'm sure. As far as I'm meaning, look it up yourself. I'm not giving you the file. Okay, if she wants me to look it up myself. From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things. Bells of Gion Shoja. Quote by Heiki. Meaning of Toto's poem, Jujutsushi. Jujutsu Kaisen, referenced in India, and yada yada yada. That's why the subreddit's called that. The bells of the Gion Monastery in India echo with the warning that all things, go away pop-up, are impermanent. The blossoms of the Sada tree teaches us through their hues that what flourishes must fade. The proud do not prevail for long, but vanish like a spring's night dream. In time the mighty too succumb, we are all dust before the wind. So the bells echoing with the warning that all things are impermanent. If I had to guess, with no more deeper meaning context provided to me right now in Google, I would have to assume it means that the moment the bell rings, the ring starts to end. Yeah? The mighty ring is already its own death knell. Let's see, this Jujutsu Kaisen subreddit post on the meaning. Well, this is in context of the anime, though. Sorcerers, proud and mighty. Quoting Buddhism, religion with humility is considered a virtue. Turned into a symbol for his arrogance. Yada yada yada. Okay, there's some reflections and critical analysis, but I'm going to read all that. That reminds me, what have you got? Same text still? That reminds me what? Talking for so long, night's already fallen. Starry sky, surroundings. Okay, now we get the different text. Now we're gonna get the check mark. That's very important to me in the check mark and everything. Our conversation's cleared out, I gotta look at the starry sky. And when I look up at the starry sky, there's gonna be a sticker right there. Sticker! Sticker! Okay, now that we looked at the sky, I'm a little bit versed in astrology, so tell us about your astrology. Yep, check mark. Vega, Deneb, and Altair. Close to the Milky Way, is that them? I see a triangle. Southwest portion of the sky. A star that glows red, Antares. A red star low in the sky. Vega is Orihime. Altair is Hikoboshi. And that's our summer festival thing, isn't it? Southwest, inland. So let's see, can I identify the triangle from here? Either way, there's a star. Red star. Clearly much bigger than in real life. So, from Antares, we look straight up. Look at these stars glowing. There's a glowing star over here, a glowing star over there. So now there's a reason for the big blobbier stars. Oh, there we go. That's a triangle then, huh? And we got another one over there. Oh, yeah. I want to see what the bad options give me. Straight up gets to there. And there we have a triangle. But what's this yellow one? Arcturus from the Bootes constellation. I want to see the other stars first. Deneb, one of the 3 stars. Altair, the other. Hikoboshi, first road in Tanabata. See, what they wanted me to do was go straight up to this one, and then there's her, and then change the angle for that one. Orihime star. Another name for the star Hikoboshi. That one is Altair, right? Hikoboshi's Altair. Uh-huh, uh-huh. And is that gonna be it for this chapter? It ends with Hikoboshi? Nope, there's a next day. There's a next day, it keeps on going. Mount Asama's down over here. That's the 829 meter peak, right? Yeah, what's Toba got going for it? it doesn't have the wealth of abalone that Kamishima does. Toba Castle! So Cersei really is going full tour guide. Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo, Lord Kuki, who led the Kuki naval fleet, also in blue. Highest population, well, the Tobashima area has the highest population of Amadivers in Japan. But what about Toba itself? Mount Asama straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City, and is also known for its official name of Asamagatake. Asamagatake? Part of the Ise Shime National Park, it was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan. A listing of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Kongosoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast. Traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Kongosoji. The observatory at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. And now, of course, we gotta do our requisite search. You see, I can't look behind myself. Cersei jump scare, but there is no bird. $555 meters. See, I was confused because there's the other mountain that the first place was supposed to be in the foothills of, but that was all the way up there. And that's like 800 something. Ise-shima is all this? Though the term Ise-shima is sometimes used to refer to part of the Nansei southern region of the Mie Prefecture, the area covered by this term is not clearly defined, with it usually referring to the two major tourist destinations, Ise Shrine and Shima Peninsula, and their surrounding areas. As the area referred to as Ise-shima also includes Toba City, it is also sometimes referred to as the Ise Toba Shima area to avoid confusion. Thanks for the tip. Surroundings is clear. Cityscape is clear. This little bit over here is not considered surrounding. Circe. Check mark. What's your think? Oh, man's got his priorities right. Imagine. Naval troops basically just pirates. Kuki Yoshitaka. You get named, but only in yellow. You're not important to this plot, but your navy might be. Very robust career path this man had. Azabel and Gion Sojo. Sumitaka's got a legend here, going along with some spooky music. A beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune. Princess Hatsune. And so in the area, all the girls are born ugly. A different interpretation along the gender divide, though also a little bit of spiritualism expertise. Math checks out, I'll take their word for it. An agate Magatama. A certain occult researcher. Is that Mio? Is that one of Mio's lines for the first game? Pursuit of the unknown starts with belief? Kuki and Princess Hatsune. Kuki clan, pirates who became feudal lords. During the Sengoku period, Shima province was home to a number of local clans, along which the Kuki clan was just one of many pirate clans operating in the Ise Bay. However, things changed when Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga, and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan was his nephew Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Honoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. The legend of Princess Hatsune. Kuki Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as part of a political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying she'd already promised her future to somebody else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of the enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again. Or so the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumitaka's age at the time. Or what about her own? Maybe she was much younger when she was promised off. That also wouldn't be too unusual, I don't think. There's a thing behind there, but it's just surrounding. Kuki Sumitaka died or assassinated 400 years to the day. That's halfway through an 800-year lifespan. 400 years is a good cutoff point. That's it for the Kuki Navy. What about the Amadivers? Who have more relevance to the story? In Kozuki? Is it a friendly Kozuki? A Tomo Kozuki? Manyoshu? Graceful, athletic women who bring home the pay. What if it turns out that all the Amadivers in Nisei are actually, at least the local ones, are descendants of mermaids? Oh, right? What are you all writing? Tomokazuki? He's that spooked so easily. And I'm pretty sure if they got that level of accuracy, they could also hide bodies in the exact same fissure, decade after decade. Now, I watched Inuo, and it was some middle-aged dad and his son, and a couple of officials. In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heike in the depths of the water. Should be brought up before the pirates, but I was going in order. And that's it. He's got the map right. And the map refers to this area to get Soto's family heirloom, right? He doesn't know it's Soto's family heirloom. Bloop bloop. Finally finished. There's more! Oh my goodness, there's so much here. Treasure hunt part... That's only treasure hunt part 1. Let's see what we got with the birds. Okay, so we know about Tit for Tat, the top troublemaker, the Blues Brutal Beaks gang. This guy here idolizes him, best buds. Lil Blue, the leader of the hoodlum band Blue's Brutal Beaks, albeit in name only. The son of Ave's Academy's board chairman, he turned to delinquency in defiance of his father, who refused to accept Tit for Tat, the very first friend he ever made. It's only one way, though. Although small in stature and timid by nature, those who've seen him cornered tell a different story, describing his berserk behavior as that of a bird possessed. So you're the in-name leader, and you're the top troublemaker, which makes you the de facto leader. So we have two small birds so far in the Blue's Brutal Beaks. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more to go. We're halfway there. We only have a few actual connections, though. Well, now we gotta do more Arnov. Let's do the treasure hunt part 1. After collecting information about the mermaids and returning to the Rin, Avi and Circe have a meeting to plan their true objective, the treasure hunt. We know he has a map, because that was the files, that he had a mermaid mummy. Ryokan guest room in Toba City. Is that the map? Is that the map from the mummy? I could still look around. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't a sticker here. Kameshima poster. It keeps calling to us. Don't tell me that there's a sticker behind the poster. A presence behind the poster? Which we see. Hidden Mockingbird. Mockingbird number 3. Dawn Heron. And there's nothing missed so far, nothing missed so far. Murakumote, Small Inn in Toba. There's a door too. Towel hangers. Research materials, briefcase. There's a window. I feel like I'm lying down on the floor if it's that high up. Hot outside, so you want the windows open to let the air in. We gotta get the Westerner's perspective of Japanese home living. This guy doesn't sleep at all. This is 2 nights in a row that he hasn't slept. Insubstantiated notes. What's the thoughts in my head? She knows both useful and useless facts. That's not a very kind estimation of his distant relative. I think there might be something sinister to Avon. I suspect he might be the one who had the cursed stone that killed everyone. Sketch, map, business card. Who'd you meet earlier? Information gleaned from an exchange. We gotta get a reminiscence or just a flashback? A mini reminiscence. Oh no, this is immediately after the last one. He knows what we're here for. Kippei Ikoma? Kippei. We saw the name Kippei before. An event planner. Kippei Ikoma. He's not using two hands though. Do we have anything in your other proteges? Include Shinobu. I feel like Sala Planning is also one that I've read before. Oops. What I skipped through? I see. Seriously, you're not supposed to say that out loud. It's a ruse. Could list the 100 best features anytime. Event Services Company CEO Kippei Ikoma. We got so much information over the past couple of streams, and while I know I've seen the name around before, I'm sure I forget the context already. Director of Sala Planning, a venture company primarily focused on the planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kippei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina. I kinda vaguely remember the connection that way. Kippei moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an eye to make his fortune. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kippei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kippei is often told he looks old for his age. Poor guy. But as this means he is not taken lightly when doing business, he sees it as an advantage. It's all the cigarettes. The constant late nights, a little bit of meth to keep those late nights business going. Feels older than he looks. Mermaid? Or just 80s business? You think maybe this is why I couldn't look behind in a few of the scenes, because he was behind, and this is behind here, so now we can't look at the city, we could look towards him. It's 1980X, so Little Mermaid hasn't happened yet. And I don't see any birds. Might have only been one earlier. The smug smirk. Does he have the Taishima legends even? An island south of Kamishima known as Taishima? Ikoma is our connection there. Taishima or Taishima? A long, long time ago, there was a man. Actually, there were 3 mermaids. "400 years again." So, we have Kuki pirates in the Kuki clan, and 400 years ago, one of their leaders died young. And also 400 years ago is when Taishima sunk, when raiders attacked it. It could have been Kuki pirates. Maybe their navy was a bit rambunctious. It could have been family struggle. A single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. Descendants kept the legend alive, and who's the descendants? Modest private life. What do you think, Circe? When we repeat the "it's nothing," it doesn't really add much confidence to it. She is not the friendliest sort. Suyu, maybe? Suyu is pretty good about dodging a subject every once in a while. Maybe there was something to the idea that the people on Kageshima are descendants of Taishima. Or maybe it's that one woman that was following the paranormal affairs group around until she herself got turned into a mermaid. What if the mermaids turn human and lives among us? Maybe Sato getting the Osato zoom in when she got killed and revived is a misdirect? If mermaid flesh, when consumed, gives you a body that could be reconstituted, could the same happen to a mermaid? Always gotta be coy on that. Fun to wander through sightseeing areas related to mermaid folklore? Sure, buddy. You could use his occupation as a cover. He's a fantasy novelist. He wants to be inspired. He wants to get ideas. He wants to go where the legends were real. It's a concrete answer. Everyone loves a good cutout. What if this is the actual developers giving their own thoughts about what is missing from this area? This is their response to the tourism board for, sure, we'll make you a nice game, but if you really want your tourism to thrive, get more cutouts. And that's it for him? And here's our connection to Yoshimitsu, to Yoshiatsu, and by extension to Wakamura. So it was a mini reminisce within this episode by clicking the business card. I was afraid it was gonna reminisce again. We've done sketch, business card, there's a map. The map he got from the mermaid. We got the area here. Izeshima. That's gonna be Kagashima and then Taishima below, right? Is this Mark saying where the treasure is? We got the shrine and the temple, I'm assuming those are. They're both marked with tories. Do you think perhaps that at one point it was a proper swastika for the temple, but they changed it for Western release? And then mountain. Alright, let's explain to Cersei. They were a family of English exorcists, and she was somehow too eccentric for them. Piece of a UFO, really? It had a sticker, you see? An incredible story and absolute destiny that the map made its way to him who brought it back here when it's needed the most. That feels like a diss. Your enthusiasm carried you quite a ways from home, being you made such a large leap of logic you missed the mark entirely. But there's no marking in the bay. Yeah, there's no X to mark the spot. Oh, I see now. That's supposed to be text. It's just blurry text. Search the 95th. How far above the Arctic Circle? Oh, I could use her dowsing ability to find it. Douse for the treasure. Nah. Now, it's been a while since we read her dossier, but doesn't the dowsing ability depend on the psychic ability or whatever, the psychic presence, the spiritual presence of what's being sought after? People and objects imbued with spiritual power, but must be familiar with the spiritual power. But we got more hints about her dowsing ability. That means look at the map again. But there's more stuff to talk about. The Mermaid Search. Might as well become immortal. He is normally more bombastic, and I do have my sus on Avon. The sticker just peering over at us. Please transcend humanity, let me examine you. She's gonna cut him open. They do somehow find their way over to Kamishima at some point. It could be the map leads them there. This whole search for the 95th. I bet if we hold it in front of a light or something. Are you telling me all this time he didn't look at the back? Eureka! Search the 95th. Around the location of Ise Province. Okay, so it didn't matter what I clicked on. Map is map is map. The constellations. It's the Summer Triangle. Eureka! Could have pointed to the front, okay. So. That would be about here, right? Come on, it relates to the stars. A more definite location. Maybe we have to talk to her to be reminded about the triangle. I want to figure this out on my own. I think I got the right idea. I just have to put on the right side. This is there, roughly. That's about here, isn't it? Shine some light on this riddle. Okay, we do have the light over here. We got the windows. I can't seem to move the map to, around the room. Because I was thinking I could bring it to a light source, or a heat source even. Oh, there we go. If I hold it up against the window, there we go. The 95th. So there is a star that's on Kamishima. Let me see how I could come to the conclusion that the 95th refers to that. Kamishima Lighthouse is on Kamishima. Summer Triangle. So that'd be around here then, right? Straight up, fake into the zenith. Alterbi Hikoboshi, so we got... So, we have the three main stars of the triangle that are in the water. We're not ama divers. We're not going to dive in the water. But there is a dot that's on Kamishima. The 9-5. I don't think it's that. There's also bits across the bay, but that's not important to the plot. Everything important is here. That's the other side. Their tourism board hasn't paid us. Like you see, there's a dot there on Kamishima, and a dot over there. If there was a search. The three dots are important because they're supposed to refer to the summer triangle. Deneb, Vega, Altair. Orihime Hikaboshi, two central figures in Tanabata. How to find. Why do I relate 95 to this? And if I limit myself to things that they should know about. We're doing the actual gameplay now, trying to figure out the puzzle. Wait, 95. Hey Cat reminded me. The Issei Monogatari. 95 refers to something in Issei. No, 69 did. 95, Hikaboshi. Yeah, Hikaboshi. Meet face to face. It's called Hikoboshi. And Hikoboshi is the lower one because Orohime is up here next to the zenith. Is it actually in the water then? Enter the name of the location. I'm bad at spelling, okay. The name of the location, huh? Hikaboshi. Greater than Hikaboshi's love for Orihime. The screen separating to the Milky Way. Hikoboshi. And we didn't even need her to explain it to us. Solve the mystery of the map as Arnav Barnum. Achievement unlocked. Avi's genius. There's some achievements we might miss if we don't get it correct. Well, we gotta find some mama divers then, don't we? And he did say that he can get us in touch with mama divers. And that clip. Oh, there's even more though. There's the actual treasure hunt. We got a new Mockingbird, a mutual rival with Tit for Tat, who is also best friends with the Turninator. Mutual best friends. We finally have the best friend of the Turninator, and the person from which the Turninator relates. So there's a triangle of hatred here. He hates Tit for Tat mutually, but he also hates Albatross Boss. These three all just hate each other. Don Heron, the maverick leader of the tight-knit delinquent crew Rebels Roost. Temperamental by nature, he often flares the impressive crest on his head to intimidate intruders on his turf. Although long-term rival to the Ocean Outlaw hooligan gang. In recent days, he's also found his feathers ruffled by the increasingly bold antics of Blue's brutal beaks, pushing his patience to the limits. Now, I said for a game like this, we might give it 4 to 6 hours, and it's 6.5 hours already. But let me use the bathroom. I want to keep on diving into this, because we're still in the introductory part. We're still in the early part of the game, with all the early knowledge we have to get from everybody's backgrounds, and we're now getting information about the mermaid hunt. Though Arnav's motives are still kind of sus. Maybe immortality. It's a very wishy-washy way of saying it for a man who's normally so bombastic and romantic. He's got something else up his sleeve, but for now I gotta pee. Alright, we're basically on a roll here. And we finished Treasure Hunt Part 1. Let's keep the train going to Treasure Hunt Part 2. They're actually going to go to the middle of the ocean. Avi and Cersei's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location of the mysterious map, they ask Kipe Ikoma to investigate it on their behalf. However, what are the missing Ama divers? So the two missing Ama divers related to this, not... I mean, it could have related to the mermaid curse. Maybe divers who find their way down to this specific spot get cursed into mermaids. So this is Ikoma calling to Avi, and Avi continuing, that's why we're headed out. Maybe what they should have done is introduce the Ama diver to them, and then that way if somebody does go missing, then Cersei is able to douse for them. Strong negative spirit energy in the air. Is this where the storm is coming from? No, because that was about where the dive spot with Yuza was. Reunite in the afterlife. There is something. It's a boat. They must have anchored. Well, of course they would have anchored. They're not going to set their boat adrift while they dive on down. And none of the people here are divers either. The bucket is really bad, huh? It's a box. It's got the same symbol as... They found it at least. The Ama diver found it, put it in the bucket, and then was lost. A real sinister curse, huh? I bet you it's a curse stone for the Heika warrior. Somebody's gonna get their hand on it anyway. It's probably gonna be these guys. And they're going to use some very strong pressure to get what they want from Wakamura. And this is probably why they're so keen to get off the island. It's almost time, we gotta go. Because they knew what was gonna happen with this. It goes without saying, got no trust in Avon. Is that good? Is that enough? That is enough, apparently. At least safely touch it. The Rogue Paranormal Affairs Exchange Exorcist, and someone rather dodgy with still completely, I won't say completely unknown, not completely known motives. This is where it starts to go bad, isn't it? Saw it on the map. He's never been to the seafloor. Well, that's cracks, surely. Although, ... Oh, it's a map. It's the horizon and different landscapes. And that's further out, I guess, because the horizon's further up. I'm assuming that's islands or landmass on the mainland and not just clouds. If Soto had found this first, if Soto still had the map, a spiritualist of his power probably could have managed this, plus he would have been the intended recipient. Align the box with the spiritual energy of this place. Okay. That makes it sound somewhat simpler. It sounds like if we get a 360 view after this, then we just... The dots are probably the correct order. First point it towards whichever direction has a landscape that looks like this. And then whichever landscape looks like, I guess, 2's on the other side. Orienting the box in the right directions, the right order. Yeah, see? The landscape and the numerical order. There might be a sticker in this area. Did somebody sneak a sticker onto this boat? I don't see a sticker on this boat. There's that boat over there. Without a companion to mind the boat. Near shore. You see that? Lump. East side of the Shima Peninsula. So I'm a little bit confident about that. Near shore. Far, there we go. There's lump over here, then lump. And there's further out. Distant island. Kamishima, all... That's a clue, isn't it? Maybe when the map and box were made, there were 2 islands. And they're gonna go there. They're gonna go there to maintain the timeline. Tsukushima, these nuts. Oyster harvest so plentiful could find all he could eat clam buffets fall to winter. I need a major financial windfall to just drop into my lap so I could drop everything and go on a culinary tour. So, that's that over there. Oh! I aligned it! Okay, what else we got? Let's put it in neutral territory. 2 would be over here. And then 3. And then you see that. I feel like there's supposed to be... like, maybe it's supposed to be like that with the second invisible island. Yeah, see? That's Taijima that no longer exists. Show us the Cursed Stone. Show us the Heiki Warrior Cursed Stone. That's not the Heiki Warrior Cursed Stone. Is that the Forsaken Fish? This is date unknown. At some point after this, they get to Kamishima on the 7th of August and leave Kamishima on the 7th of August right before everyone dies. On the 6th of August, Yumiko's group find a couple of mermaids that Yumiko identifies as having been cursed by the Forsaken Fish within 24 hours at most. So that one girl that was scouting them or tailing them and then ran off. So if they have the Forsaken Fish, they could have also possibly gotten access to the Heiki Warrior. Cursed Stone acquired, Curse of the Forsaken Fish. And now Avan's gonna get his stand. She's a beaut though. If this is a fish-type mermaid with the body of a fish and the head of a human, it's a pretty elegant one in a melodic sort of way. Given the art that it keeps on showing for the fish mermaids, you expect Phoebus, but then you get melodic instead. Terrible pain. Want to go? No, it hurts. Help me, it hurts. Itai. Let me go. Drift forever, ill-doers. Be as fish. Perish! You've acquired the Curse of the Forsaken Fish Cursed Stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of the Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press the Use Curse button when you wish to use the curse. see why these guys had the furthest away reminisce to get to. Look at this. That art up there is tricking us. It puts Avin and Cersei in with the rest of what we assume are protagonistic characters, when they are now rival curse bearers of their own. And sure, in the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, most of the main characters were curse bearers of some kind too. But I don't trust Avin. I'm pretty sure he's got malicious plans here. For whatever reason. And our first curse bearer too, in Seven Mysteries of Honjo, we're basically tripping over curses all the time. So I guess part of the way that they narratively mix it up for this one is there's a lot of talk of curses and supernatural stuff, but there's a lot of mundanity up until the point where people die, and then it's still more mundane exploring around the local legends. And it's only now, in the double digits of playtime, that we actually have access to our first curse stone. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. A curse born from the final moments of Hayase. A mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. One of the three mermaids of Taishima was murdered around 400 years ago. The same amount of time as when that Kuki clan leader died. Same amount of time as when Taishima was attacked by raiders and then sank into the sea. Do you suppose this might have been the beautiful daughter of what's his name that then threw herself into a well, said, "May no one beautiful be born here"? And that legend is kind of a corrupt bastardization, or maybe even a cover-up, of Hayase's torture and death. Curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them into a fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. Which has probably happened to What's-Her-Face. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, hence the mummification, shriveling up into desiccated, fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is a result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a cursed stone. So I'm going to assume that's what happened to the other Amadiver. Either the malice of the box and the stone within allowed the cursed stone to turn the Amadiver into a fish from a distance. Or not from a distance, like from approaching the box and grasping the box. The malice wasn't subdued, and so the cursed stone just transformed them into a fish. And so they were probably... if I had to guess, they were probably the first mermaid that was found. The one that Yoshi had. And had examined. Rarely possessed by powerful curse echoes. How lucky. That's right, in Seven Mysteries of Honjo, the stands were curse echoes. And I guess, while there are curse stones that grant people the power to use curses, they don't always have curse echoes then? Oh boy! Similar case in Tokyo last year, that's the first game. Haunted by a curse echo. And able to use a curse. Curse echoes and curse bearers. Curse echoes are visual manifestations of curses. The manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing in more abstract or disfigured forms instead. Unlike spirits, they are manifested illusions, and as such have no consciousness of their own. A person afflicted by a curse that has a cursed echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive the curse echo, but such individuals become curse bearers by coming into possession with the curse of a curse stone, or some other means, can see other curse echoes. And curse stones? A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Maybe there was no raider attack. Maybe it sank because of a punishment for this. As a punishment for the torture. Was it Hayase? They were all turned to fish. The island sank and damned them all. Involved in an accident many years ago. 5 years ago? 5 years ago? Culture and society? Probably not. Southern Sea disaster? Maybe yes after all. Kyokuchi Komoi. All 5 members were missing. For Daiichi Kiyosumaru, Omemaru, Captain Yukiji Nishikawa, 1 passenger unknown. Passenger unknown suspicious. Minikachu Maru. So now. Maybe he's the unknown passenger. Lost as far as Kameshima's concerned, but resurfaces here. Now first, let's look for that bird. It can be pretty subtle the way the bird hides, but it's not going to be in the distance. It's going to be things that are reasonable for a sticker, unless it's a massive building size sticker. And I see nothing. Found the boat. Found nobody in it. That's pretty conclusive, isn't it? Though he's suggesting, he's thinking, we're in his debt, tell him everything. Tamiko Suma. Let me see something. Would it be under phenomena curses? Let's go to all. Ama divers, but not about missing Ama divers. Curse the raging waves. Curse of the forsaken fish. See, this is a curse stone. We got no curse stone for this node. Toba seabed skeletons. No, there we go. Kipe Ikoma. That's where I knew the name from. This is Kipe Ikoma. Went missing 6 years ago. No known relatives. This is a fake. This is a phony. This is a fake Kipe Ikoma. I knew I saw his name somewhere. Toba seabed skeletons. This one died 6 years ago. And this Kipe Ikoma is Yoshi's protege. So they knew that Kipe Ikuma was a name that he could have adopted without any questions. Tamiko Suma, I don't think I know the name, it's not in blue. We have a Somekawa. Yeah, that's just gonna repeat until we get more information to the box then. Dude, somebody died, put the dun-dun-duns away, be a little bit respectful. Dun what now? I like to think when he bends like that it's because he's trying to fit within the screen and so he's got to twist his neck to do it. Hey, Yumpi's on. No countdown required. If you're prepared, I'll give you a countdown of 3. I'm ready. Maybe by the raider. Hold on. What did the curse itself tell us? Brutally tortured to death by humans in Taishima. So it could have been the raiders. It's not saying it was the Taishima Islanders, just humans on Taishima. There's more to the fake than meets the eye. The fake Ikuma. Keppei Ikuma. Dead as of 6 years ago. Yeah, still nothing else there. Anything new with you, Cersei? It's more than that. The man has taken the name of another man that went missing 6 years ago and was killed by a curse stone himself. Or by a curse himself. What if it's because we broke the chains underwater? Breaking the chains underwater has to have cause and effect with something. Kuki Sumitaka? Sumi! No, it was Suma, the one who died. Yeah, Miss Suma. Duty to protect the secret of the three mermaids on Taishima. Sobe, Nagame, Hayase. So was that why the raiders attacked? They found out, slaughtered everybody on the island, and then brutalize the mermaid to devour her flesh. Sanctuary defiled, sanctuary goes beneath the seas. Lord got out. Yoshitaka found out. Allegedly, these mermaids have the latent ability to turn people to fish, but I guess only if they're submerged in the Issei Bay waters. And impotent to defend herself, since all of this is above land. Memories of those who left behind the metal box. Soto's heirloom box. All the inhabitants slaughtered as revenge for keeping the secret. So it was a descendant of Taishima. They were a descendant of one of the guards. Two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune. So she was adopted. That's why she was 15 years of age when he was like 24 or so, was it? So, descendants of Taishima could have been descendants of Princess Hatsune. The other descendant might have been Soro, since this is his heirloom. Well, I guess the heirloom was... Well, no, the map was supposed to lead to the heirloom. And so a second curse formed that day, Curse of the Raging Waves, which at the very least seems localized entirely on where Taishima was. It wasn't... No, there's even more. What do you think, Cersei? Nothing new. I like how they get those little breaks, just to catch your breath, stretch your legs, regain focus. Alright, now that you grab your drink, back to part 3. Curse sank to the sea, with the sanctuary too unsealed there. So, allegedly, the rumblings began when Sato came to the island. So Yuza breaking the chain underwater on, was it the 6th or 7th day? The 7th day. I don't know, that feels like we broke some kind of seal. A sacrifice to stay sealed. Sato's next chapter is called Sacrifice. This could have been what Wakamura asked for her to be that sacrifice. And it could have been why the mom went out 5 years ago when she allegedly had no reason to try to quell the storm. It probably comes back periodically. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be sacrificed. So it's the unnamed descendant that carried on with everybody else then. "400 years seal it." But what about 5 years ago and then today? That's a 5-year difference. That's not 400 years replenishing. Is it 400 years and every sacrifice thereafter is only good for 5? And so that is probably what Sora was meant to find then? Descend of the Onmyoji then, maybe? And now, it's stuck in Avin's head instead. Compiled in his files. Curse of the Raging Waves updated. In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served to seal the source of the calamity during this time. It is believed that Mare Minakuchi attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only for her failure to give rise to the disaster 5 years ago. In the event that the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the Onmyoji, originally responsible for sealing the curse, left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. Unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. Maybe that's the X chain we cracked open. Maybe that's a good thing we did that then. Second, thou must offer the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. So, it's not very likely that the descendant had one kid, one kid, one kid, one kid, one kid over the generations. They probably had a few kids, a few kids, a few kids, and thus you get cousins, cousins, cousins. There's probably a few descendants of Taishima by now. And so I could probably assume that if Mom was one, if Mare was one, then Yuza's also one. I don't think that the woman who was found half fish after tailing Yumiko and co. is Mare, but I think she is very closely related. She has interest. She knows. And that's why she was here. That's why she was being weird. That's why she looked so much like Mare. And shares a similar name. Do we have her maiden name? Somakawa, right. Maybe the Somakawas are descendants of Taishima. Taking a liking to the local environment, just wanted to move there. A small town out in the mountains. Maybe that's where all the descendants of Taishima are. Maybe they're up in the mountains? Either these mountains or those mountains? Nearby, but kind of in pseudo-hiding? Polite clapping. There's more! Invasion Taishima. Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Honoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki Navy, had steadily been gaining influence within the clan, but now he found himself at a crossroads, in an era still racked by the turmoil of war. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Taishima, under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to have been uninhabited. It was widely known through folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. Seeing this as an opportunity he'd been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew and head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka had secretly been protecting the mermaids on Taishima, believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods and the island a sacred sanctuary. He had worked to keep them isolated from the outside influence. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sadamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the orders for Sadamune to prepare a military invasion to Taishima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sadamune immediately set sail for Taishima at the head of a large army. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. We got a small scroll bar this time. This gets us almost 2/3 down. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle on the front lines, and one after another they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered that even women and children be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters around Taishima ran red with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused, even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated, until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing with resentment and anger as she breathed her last. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. So she did have the ability to turn them all into fish then, even outside the waters of the Issei Bay. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. With the one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, well, that's not too bad for the surviving 9/10ths. He began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining 2 mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth. The hole that we began the game in, is all that remains of Taishima. That's the sanctuary. That's where maybe we're one of the surviving mermaids. Maybe we're the ghost of Hayase herself. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island instead of far beneath the earth, reaching down to the sea floor. In the deepest part of the cave was a shrine and a door, with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced that this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. And this would explain how the other mermaids escaped, not into the sea, but down into the world below. The next moment, a violent tremor racked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of his desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders he'd senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Taishima and the sacred land, along with Sadamune and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. 2/3 through! The only survivors of this tragedy were 2 mermaids and 2 islanders that had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had in fact stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The 2 surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Somekawa, who had been assigned the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids or something else. There's some other artifact we haven't found. It's not going to be just the cursed stone. Is it? However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it. And the curse born from those dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born from Hayase's final moments, the curse of the Forsaken Fish, also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Harukage, a renowned onmyoji and friend of Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was a sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated that the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. So the entire area to the south of Kamishima is basically the sacred land. And because of the ongoing seal, nobody who amadives there turns into fish. But the seal's weakened, the storm's returning. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who look after her during her time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down and peace was restored to the seas around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves. That is Sato's heirloom then. If it's an heirloom that's specifically supposed to be able to quell the storm, and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. And it is interesting to note that in this day, mirrors serve as a good luck talisman for the Amadivers. And I guess this is why. Was it Kukiko who said she doesn't know why mirrors are a good omen? Maybe for water is as still as a mirror. But I guess this gives us an origin to that one too. Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the Forsaken Fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a curse stone. So the curse stone itself is simply an accessory of hers, some fashion decor. Harukage used the resentful memories contained within the curse stone to create a record of the event, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event that the curse of the raging waves had not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land. The chain, I bet. The chain we broke. Unless it's not a physical seal, but a supernatural one. It's simply 400 years later. It's weakened, the seal's lifted, the rock is lifted. So the record of what happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land of the mermaids, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way to historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage, in order to conceal her sacrifice. Final paragraph! Finally, or afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. Nothing new, but there's no check mark, so she does have more to say. It's just not available yet. Fake! Fake Kippei Ikoma. That's a whole mystery of itself. Because the real Ikoma is dead. And this is a protege of Yoshiyatsu Yamashina. So Yoshiyatsu Yamashina has some deeper connection than he's letting on. So about the Yamadiver. She's turned into a fish. She's gonna wash up on shore. And his boss is going to monopolize her before Yumeko could research her. Done there, so maybe now you got something new. Wait a second. What are we waiting a second for? Yeah. Are you coming to the revelation that yes, this does mean that partway through their transformation they will in fact resemble mermaids? So the three mermaids that were brought before... What's that Taira's name? Were just people afflicted with the curse, put into two boxes to present to him as like, ew, gross, that's grotesque. And so the fishermen that chopped up the body and ate it said, hey, it's delicious. We're basically just eating people. And so everybody think, oh, this fibrous mass, this is simply made out of wood and clay, it's a fake. No, it's real people. It's real people. They were eating real people, they hid a map in real people. As a child, he was playing around with real people. You see that? That was a close-up to Ikuma's face, being like, with a dot dot dot. We're learning too much, I think. We're feeding information to somebody truly sinister, I believe. She's done, she's got the check mark. Well, it turns out then that simply eating the flesh wasn't sufficient, is it? Some legends say that the mermaids grant immortality, no flesh consumption required. I'm of the belief that with kink inflation, And the way that basic things like spanking, choking, going down were seen as like super exotic in the comedy and magazine anecdotes of the adults when I was growing up, I think it's a possibility that Eat the Mermaid, Get Immortality was simply an incentive for people to not be selfish lovers. You eat the mermaid, and I'm sure it is delicious. And then if you please the mermaid, then congrats, you deserve immortality. You're a good boyfriend, you're not too selfish, you're willing to enjoy the taste of seafood. Ikuma's turning his brain into a sponge to relay all this to Yoshi. And so, if Taishima was south of Kamishima, and if the site where the storm happened, even 5 years ago, is a site where this disaster took place, I'm telling you guys, the hole at the bottom of the sea, hole at the bottom of the sea is that sacred sanctuary to Ryugu. So 5 years ago, that curse was ongoing. If Marue wanted to seal the curse or whatever with herself as a sacrifice, and the storm was raging enough, that's the curse, right? That's the curse itself. The raging waves. And part of the curse is that people who go into the waters around where the sanctuary was turn to fish. My thinking now is that Mare wasn't a mermaid. Naturally, she was a descendant of the one guy who escaped. But because she was in the water during the storm, during the raging waves curse, I think she was just transforming into a fish as part of the curse, and managed to somehow save her son the same fate. So Mare, very likely dead. The other girl who turned into a fish, a relative. They're simply a community of suspicious, shady people close by, keeping an eye on the situation because they've oral traditioned this to themselves. Grandparent to parent to child. She doubts Sobe and Nagame return to Ryugu. Is this why there's also the belief that one of the mermaids became human decades ago? And Sato is very likely one of those mermaids. And so the story of Osato becoming... what is it? Yue Bikuna? Whatever it was? Yao Bikuni? The truth for that, then, is probably one of the mermaids incognito that people noticed is living a very, very long life, and she's like, oh, well, you know, I ate some mermaid by accident, and now I'm simply a pious nun forced to wander. So maybe Osato really is Sato, who has returned 400 years later, because the seal should be weakening. It could be! It could be! Osato could be... Osato and the Sato could be... Tradition and history, Issei Bay Mermaid. Hayase is dead, so maybe either Sobe or Nagame. Wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place. Mermaid who became a human. Ikuma knows about hidden, secret information about the Taishima descendants. The person who we found this information from then is very likely the one who turned into a fish and looks a whole lot like Mare. And his boss is very, very keen on immortality. The Sikuma is very shady. So they blame Mare for causing the curse and the storm, when that was actually just the seal weakening. There was no curse bearer. There is no curse bearer for the raging waves. Poor Mare just went there in order to try to sacrifice herself to seal it. And Sato came over, and suddenly the storm's rising again, but she didn't cause it either. She's very likely one of the mermaids just coming over now that the seal's about to break for good, or now that the seal's been broken, with the hope of... Well, no, because the seal's gone. If the seal to Ryugu is gone, then why would she come to the island to go back to Ryugu when she could go to the island, go to the sea, and then poof, gone forever? I think Sato came from Ryugu. Maybe? I also think we did. I think that the entity we're playing as also rose up from Ryugu because the tutorial was in this little underwater hole. Then it goes through the tunnel. Then, beginning of the game, here's a boat. The camera goes up like this. That's us exiting from the Ryugu gate. And there's Onyx crying at the door. Come on in, Onyx. Come on in. He doesn't want to come in. He wants me to follow him outside. So I could take him for a walk. I'm not going to take him for a walk. And so he's the one telling them to go to Kamishima then? Relation to the current conversation, because he knows more deets already. Know what I think? I think that some of the people that have been coming up murdered are descendants of Taishima. And that's part of why they're in hiding, and that's part of why Sume, what's her name, was so frazzled. All victims male. Dispose of at different times. Kipe Ikuma. No known relatives. But then why would somebody want to kill descendants of Taishima? If that's what these people are. To silence them, maybe? Why silence them? Because nobody in the modern era knows or cares about this. Somebody who doesn't want the curse sealed or dissipated and thus can maintain access to the Ryugu Gate? The real way to obtain immortality, huh? Maybe not Ikoma directly, though maybe he does want a bit for himself. But his boss certainly does. This guy might play off the bohemian romantic, but he's also got a bit of a serious side. No, that's Yumiko and Soto's goal. To quell the curse of the raging waves. Find the still tide mirror, huh? He wants to run interference. Oh, there goes my bits. My kilobytes per second falling. Alright. Stabilize it again. There we go. Just a momentary blip. What if the still tide mirror is also a cursed stone? No, it couldn't be, because the Heiki warrior curse has been going on for decades. Unless it's somebody on Kagoshima who has it. Find the treasure the survivor slipped out. The mirror. Treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality. So it's not the mirror, then there's something else? Tamate Bako. See, I thought the box was that. Where they pull the box out, they say, of course, it's like Urashima Taro. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside the Tamate Bako and purified, and then you get immortality. Flesh of a human mermaid and Tamate Bako. The Tamate Bako. A box, often revered as a relic, used by the mermaids who once lived near Taishima. A similar box also made its appearance in the Tale of Yorashima Taro, as a box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. The box is filled with a spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept to the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them and that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world. But it also has a secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist at a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. So, technically the box wouldn't be necessary, except the human world is impure. And so the flesh is not pure enough, unless restored in the box. They are gonna meet the Descendant tomorrow. There's one problem, though. If they do meet with Somekawa, she gets turned into a fish. I doubt she gets turned into a fish by deciding to Amadive 3 kilometers, whatever it was, south of Kamishima. That means we're going to use our curse stone on her when Avin and Circe meet up with her. Oh goodness. When Yumiko and Soto first meet Circe and they have their psychic battle, their cursed battle, at that point, a foreign man had already taken Sumekawa out to the bay on a boat. You know what that means, right? That is the moment when she gets killed. Because it turns the target of the curse into a fish when submerged in the Issei Bay. So that's gonna happen. You see, we are playing bad guys. Or at the very least, the Avin group is bad guys. There's more. It just keeps on going through. The Reminiscence, Discovery of Mermaids of Issei Bay, the Treasure Hunt Part 1, Treasure Hunt Part 2, an extension, Descendant and Duty, and then they eventually arrive on Kamishima. Around here, and leave before the time to meet up. We haven't even begun Sato's thing about the sacrifice. We got lots of clues that Sato's a mermaid. She arrived on the island at the same time that the curse began to rumble again. She was cut down by the Heika warrior curse, but then her flesh was restored. And we know that some decades ago, there's rumors that a mermaid took human form. Wakamura, for whatever reason, is very keen on hosting her. Hey, I'm just finishing up. And we also know that he has the patronage of a Tokyo sorcerer. So, given that around here, he asked something abhorrent of Sato. And then Sato's disappeared for the rest of the day until she's found sliced open, temporarily. I suspect Wakamura knows that she's a mermaid. I have no idea if this is recyclable material. What if she's of dual descent? Because a sacrifice has to be a willing sacrifice of the descendants of Taeshima. Disconnect, then reconnect, and still at 0. Onyx, you killed my stream. $5,000? Are we stable? What? Mason, that giant pillar of cloth and weaving is a sponge to inhibit the flow of Wi-Fi, so I put it in the bathroom. Okay, so it's at the end of stream that the bitrate there started dying again. But basically, that about wraps this up, because I want to finish up anyway. What I was really doing, we could have finished before starting all this reminisce of the treasure hunts. But Age of Barbarian Chronicles finally came out on Steam, and so we all know that that means Macaw is going to be doing that. But I guess he's still asleep, or he's installing the game, because it's like 11 gigabytes. And I still don't see him. So this is already a couple hours more than I would give a game of this type on a day-to-day. You gotta savor it slowly. It's not exactly a grand strategy game or a life sim game where you want to squeeze in more things on a day-by-day basis. But you see this? This is all introductory things. We barely dipped our toes in the water of Issei Bay. But save game, return to title, yes. And then quit game, because that is going to be about as much more than as much time as I wanted to give this. Now, I still got my own homework I want to do, so I don't know if we'll jump right back into this tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday. Because I do gotta sort some stuff out. But I do gotta return to this. I'm really, really engrossed by this Nakagoshi case. So, for now, who are we going to raid? We got Schubert on, Jank Achievement Obtainment. We got the MP83 on. Always doing his partner push, viewer suggestions. Enz is on, doing a fake stream. Yagi stream is on, deadline delivery. Yagi does some art that I enjoy. I think I'm gonna go see MP. We'll raid the MP83 for now. And then I'm gonna get myself some dinner into me. And yeah, tomorrow I'll devote to homework day. So, Wednesday at the earliest is when we'll return to this, and hopefully the bitrate will be a lot kinder by then. We had a little bit of a delay with the internet just being completely in the morning. And it's had a few moments where it kind of dipped here or there, but for the most part it's been more or less stable. The sooner we get into the apartment again, the sooner I could enjoy good, stream-capable, steady Wi-Fi. But until then, folks, thanks for hanging out. catch you guys Wednesday at the earliest, so until then, stick around for the raid, say hi to MP83, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋終わったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前そりゃそうさかわいい照れるなガックン手の突っ張りはいらんですよ言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手だと